Hey there, how you doing? It's Louisa from Feel Good Astrology coming to you with a Uranus and Jupiter special. So I thought I would have recorded this a long time ago. It's been on the back of my mind or in the back of my mind for a long time. And the funny thing is, I don't know if you do this, but you know, when you've got a project, do you ever have one of these like songs that plays over and over again in the back of your head about it? So every time I think about it, I've been thinking about that song, You Must Be Out of Your Brilliant Mind by Furniture. It's an old 80s tune, but there is something about Uranus and Jupiter that is a brilliant mind. You know, that's why it's come up. So I've been thinking about it for a really long time and thinking about the opportunities. One of the first things I really want to bring across to you is that it's not a one-time event. You know, a lot of people who talk about this are talking about it like it's happening now. You've got to make the most of it right now. Well, I'm here to share a slightly different story. I think this is part of a cycle. You know, this is the start. It's the ending of one cycle and the beginning of a new cycle, which is what happens every time two planets come together. So when they come together in a conjunction, they are setting up a new starting place, combining both of their energies, fusing both of their energies. And so in this video, I'm aiming to talk about the energies of Jupiter and Uranus and what happens when they fuse together in the sign of Taurus and what happens in the whole of the cycle. So, you know, how long does it take for Uranus and Jupiter to make a lap of, to come back together again? And what happens in that time? So in this video, I'm going to be looking at the cycles of them together, what they mean, giving practical examples using my own chart and how each of the last two cycles have changed my life in a particular way, in alignment with that particular energy that we're talking about. And then at the end of this video, I'm going to be giving forecasts, not just forecasts about how you can use that energy now. And of course, it's tempting, but how you can use it as a springboard to activate your brilliant mind for the next entire cycle. And it's over a decade, you know, so it's starting now, but this is the start of a new challenging, exciting, innovative, channeled, higher minded cycle. So let's find out a little bit more, shall we? Now, I don't know how you're feeling because, you know, I'm recording this on the 17th of April, so 4 days away. And, you know, we've had quite a lot of stuff going on recently, you know, since the beginning of 2024, you know, there's been a hell of a lot of really strong astrology, which we're still feeling the effects of. So, you know, the North Node Chiron conjunction, which has brought us to our senses in quite a raw way. It's really made us aware of what we ignore but feel and kind of like pretend to forget about. It's also, we've also had the like Pluto going to Aquarius. We've also had the total solar eclipse and a whole heap of other really strong energies. And so I always think that when we get one of these lovely conjunctions starting with a whole heap of strong energies that have been warming up the space, they're like the starting acts for the start of this new cycle. So this cycle, I think, is going to be quite an exceptional one. I've got very high hopes for it. So let's examine the cycle in greater detail now. So I'm going to bring up the slide. And, you know, this slide, it's not particularly pretty. I've just taken a screenshot of the details that I found out on astro-seek.com. And I've put the details below in the description so you can find it yourself. And I did an aspect search. It's one of the tools that they've got on the second column in the menu bar. So I've done an aspect search looking for all conjunctions between Jupiter and Uranus from, I think, 1941, right the way through to 2037, which is actually the next one that will be coming up after this one. And the first thing I wanted to do was really calculate just how long does it take from the start of one cycle to the beginning of the next? Because, you know, with a lot of things, the cycles are precise. Well, this one isn't. I've worked out the difference between 55 to 68, and it's 13 years, 7 months. And I've done that for each pairing of conjunctions. And what I've done is I've taken the average. So the average time that it takes from Jupiter and Uranus to go from one conjunction to another is 13 years and 5 months. So yeah, we're looking at a 13 and almost a half year cycle. And every 83 years, it returns to the same sign. Now, we would expect that, I would say, because Uranus has an 84-year cycle. So Uranus comes back to the exact point, we have our Saturn return at roughly 29 and 58. We have our Chiron return around 50. We have our Uranus return, where Uranus returns to the exact place it was in at our time, place, and date of birth around the age of 84. So we know Uranus takes a long time to get back. So that equals 6 cycles. There are 6 conjunctions before it returns back to the place it was in. So from 1941, when the conjunction was in the sign of Cancer, then again in 2037, 83 years later, it's back in the sign of Cancer. And if you look at the signs, the degrees, it's almost in the same place. So this one was at 27 degrees in the sign of Cancer. Then when they come back to their almost mirrored conjunction, it's at 23 degrees. So we're looking at cycles of 13 years and 5 months and also 83 years. So these are generational, but also working possibly we are getting back to the starting point that maybe our grandparents or great-grandparents were at. So I always think it's kind of interesting to consider how these might affect all generations. And you might get a sense of that when I take you through 2 of the cycles in my chart. Now, it wasn't enough for me to research how long it took between each conjunction. I wanted also to know how far did it move. So, for instance, from this conjunction here, like in Libra, then the next one it goes to is in the sign of Sagittarius. You'll see that sometimes there are 3 conjunctions because, in 83, for instance, Jupiter and Uranus come together, then they both go retrograde and come together again, and then they both go direct again, come together. In 1997, they just made one conjunction. In 2024, they're just going to make one conjunction. But I wanted to get a sense of, how many degrees does it move from the previous conjunction to the next one and to the next one. So I worked that out as well. So it's moving approximately between 52 and 68 degrees, which is a couple of signs. And we can see it like this. So I thought I'd chart it because, I like to chart. So this is where we are right now. This is a 2024 conjunction. But actually, if we go back to 1955, it was at 24 to 27 degrees in the sign of Cancer. The following one was in Libra. Then, 13 and a half years later, it was in Sagittarius, then in Aquarius, then right on the cusp between Pisces and Aries, and now we're at this one. So as you can see, it's spread out almost equally, but not quite. And it would make a fairly good hexagram. Yeah, really thinking about things at the moment. So yeah, that gives you a sense of how it's coming together. What does it influence? So this is the thing. So we've got Jupiter, that's one of the planets, and we've got Uranus, and we've got them coming together. So Jupiter is the planet, and here's the symbol for it down here. It looks like a number 4 with a curvy back. I always think it also looks a bit like a chair with a curvy back. But Jupiter, it's very much about faith and hope and luck. It's a planet of making everything bigger. So everything Jupiter touches in your chart emphasizes it. For instance, in my chart, Jupiter's in a conjunction with my moon. So my emotions ruled by my moon seem to be magnified. I feel things quite deeply. But for instance, if you had Jupiter in a conjunction with Mars, you might have a lot of energy, so you don't just have standard energy. You might be really quite sporty and quite competitive, so Jupiter has this magnifying effect. And if you think of it as a planet in the solar system, it's the largest one. So it really shows us how we rise, and it can be arrogant. One of the negative sides of Jupiter is that, people believe a bit too much in themselves. That's one of the things that gets said. But it's seen as one of these lucky signs, that creates chances for itself. And I think that's really because it gives things a go. It has enough belief in itself to take itself to the next step. So it's always looking out for opportunities. And it's always ready to grab those opportunities and run with them and see what happens. Now, Jupiter, actually, I'm going to talk about Uranus now. Uranus, as a quick sort of down and dirty sort of description of it, they have some similarities, I would say. I think they are two of the planets that are most similar from my own perspective. I don't know if that's shared by every astrologer. I'm sure it's not, but that's my own sense of it. I love the energies of both of them in my own chart. But Uranus, for instance, is a planet to do with change and the ending of something and the beginning of something new. It's surprising, it's spontaneous. Wherever Uranus turns up, it's showing where things aren't stable. There's an instability. It's rebellious. It doesn't go along with the story. It's always changing it, innovating it, inventing something new. There's something very sort of moving about it. It's quick, it's sudden, it takes us by surprise, it creates shock. And I also think it's very mental, and if you look at the symbol for it here, it actually looks like a space invader, or it looks like an old-fashioned TV aerial. It's like an aerial, it's picking up information. And so I always think that Uranus is very much about consciousness, those things that we're aware of but can't see, can't put our hands on it, or we can't quite get a grasp of it. I also see it as genius. It's a higher harmonic of Mercury, so it's like I guess the way I would describe it, that there's the idea of like clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience. Clair is light in French. And so it's like clairvoyance, that's light seeing. Like we see things with our eyes and we hear things with our ears. That would be like the Mercury version. The Uranus version is clairvoyance, like seeing light, seeing things with a different frequency, tuning into something that maybe is not perceptible to everybody. Clairaudience, like light hearing, clairsentience, light feeling, that sensation. It's also telepathic. So there is, I really think with Uranus, it brings in a whole new perspective for brilliance. Hence why I think I've been thinking Brilliant Mind, the song by Furniture. It's also got something to do with technology, because if you think technology, it's sharing information very quickly, very suddenly, very jarringly at times. And you can't actually see the information. You can see what it looks like when it's on your screen, but you can't see the information moving from what I type into an email to somebody else. You can't see the movement of it. You kind of physically do it, and then it appears to disappear before it reappears somewhere else. And that to me feels like light technology. It feels like the internet is a good, I think the internet is almost like a 3-dimensional version of the Akashic records, the idea of the fact that there might be this net of information that we can all tap into at any time. So I love Uranus because I think Uranus has that potential to be able to tap into things. And of course, if you can tap into energy fields and frequencies and vibrations and like radio waves and all this sort of invisible information, then it could create rebellion, because obviously the more we know, the more we might want to know. And it's much easier to be a bit quiet when you're not noticing everything. So I think Uranus is a bit of a rebellion, a rebel rouser. And Uranus definitely does come up with kind of freak weather patterns, storms, sort of earthquake energy, because when there is a change because of a Uranus event, it shakes everyone to the core. It's pretty big. Now, how would these sort of energies work together? Like what would they mean as they're coming together? Well, I think both of them have a shared progressiveness. Like Jupiter's expanding, Uranus is using consciousness and is moving. It's creating a movement. So I think it's very progressive. They're both very much futures based. For instance, I think they both feature heavily in sort of the idea of gambling or trading, and playing with numbers and playing with odds and things like that. It's also kind of risk taking. There's nothing stable about either of them. There's like nothing that is saying, oh yeah, this is a solid investment. You know, both Jupiter and Uranus are there to shock and surprise and delight you when they come together. But they're original. You know, there's a high level of originality. There's ideas aplenty, a lot of inventiveness. Now, I think it brings in spirit. You know, I mentioned faith at the start with Jupiter, but I didn't really elaborate on it. You know, but Jupiter is our religious planet. It's our planet that reminds us of religion or spirituality, or that there might be something bigger than us. And it's very much about well-being, and it can shoot you to fame. You know, like a lot of famous people have a very highlighted Jupiter, to say the very least. So, you know, when these two come together, I really think there's the energy of spirit and also visions. You know, I really think visions are strong with this energy. You know, it's bringing out the best in us. And if you are a really creative person, and if you give yourself permission to think in terms of possibilities, then this is absolutely a time to tap into visioning and spirit and to be far out. And it's big, you know, like these two create something much bigger than the sum of the parts. Very surprising, and it's very industrious. So for instance, I imagine that these energies come together very, very well in the charts of top CEOs, you know, people who are absolutely industrious, have a lot of courage. So courage would go in there. It's courage to make changes. So it's huge. Now, this is actually the chart for when they come together. It's based on the London time zone. Forgive me for that one. But you can see they come together at 21 degrees 50 in the sign of Taurus at the time. And I will look through this chart in greater detail. But there's some interesting things, suffice to say. Now, there's a little bit more information I want to share, because obviously planets are different to star signs. They're also different to houses. However, there are some shared resonances that I just want to explore. So Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius. It's also the ruler of Pisces. I don't know why I didn't put that in, but Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius and Pisces. So you may well find that the Sagittarius and Pisces themes are enhanced during that time. Now, what does Sagittarius and Pisces share? Well, I think they share a desire to know more and a desire to be a bit more curious. You know, there is this a belief, I think, in something bigger and wanting to explore that, understanding the bigger piece of the puzzle. Now, in the Sagittarius energy, it often sends people on a travel, or it's far away. You know, Sagittarians are known as living in the future rather than the present, because they're always a million miles away from where they are right now. So there's something futuristic about it. And if you think of the sign of Pisces, again, there is something not very present. You know, Pisces, the energy of Pisces, it obviously has a bit of Neptune in there as well, but it's very unboundaried. You know, the Jupiter spirituality is unboundaried. So we could have a really strong diving into faith and our belief systems at this time. Hence why I put in spirit. So I think anyone that works in a spiritual field, in a healing field, I imagine your skills will really come up a gear with this conjunction. Now, Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius. And one of the things that we know about Aquarians, or, you know, it's part of the Aquarian skill set, is they're very independent, also very social. Also, they're the most comfortable most comfortable star sign, I would say, to be themselves, to be individual, and to not really care whether you get it or not. You know, they are doing what they need to do. So, you know, there is also, you know, it emphasizes the rebelliousness of the energy of this conjunction. Now, also Sagittarius and Pisces, they're the 9th and the 12th sign of the zodiac. Now, the 9th house which is here. The 9th house is also associated with higher ideals, law, philosophy. I've already mentioned belief systems, but also higher education, the idea of being a bookworm, of studying, not like the studies that you do at school where it's ABC 1, 2, 3. It's a deeper dive. It's that insane and intense curiosity to take yourself that bit further and go on a bit of an educational journey. With Pisces, which has a 12th house resonance, there's also the idea of going deep into consciousness and into the mystery of what it is to be human and what is life about and all that jazz. Now, Aquarius has, it's the 11th sign of the zodiac. And if we think of the 11th house, that's very much about networks and friendships. And I also think the 11th house is the law of attraction house, the natural one, because you're not creating on your own, you're creating with energy, with the law of attraction, with God, with the universe, with your colleagues and friends. This is a place of collaboration. So if we add those in, not only is it progressive and risky and original, lots of inventiveness, but it could actually spell at the start of a journey. Aquarius and Sagittarius are known as being the travelers. The 9th house is very far away and it's in the future. The 11th, also on top of networks and things, it's about systemic thinking. Are there some systems that could work for everybody and kind of equalize things for people? So there are all these little extra themes that come in. Now, there's another theme that I really want to pull on, and that is the relatedness of Jupiter and Uranus as gods. So, in mythology, Jupiter is the grandson of Uranus. In fact, I should say about Uranus first, because Uranus is known as being he's known as being the god of the heavens. So there was Uranus, who is the god of the heavens, and then Gaia, who was the goddess of the earth, the mother earth, I guess. And they had some children, the Titans, and one of them, Saturn, had a load of kids, a whole bunch of them, including Jupiter, Neptune, Pluto, Ceres, Juno, and Vesta. I can't believe I remembered them all. No, Saturn, attacked his dad, castrated him, and ate all his children, and thought he ate Jupiter too, but his wife had hidden Jupiter so that Jupiter could be born and could grow up. Well, Jupiter later kind of challenged his dad and got his siblings out of his stomach. So it was a kind of sort of family reunion sort of occurred. But when Jupiter came into his power, he was known as the god of the sky. So you've got the god of the heavens, like the god, I guess you could say Mother Earth. You've got Earth, and then you've got the air, and then you've got Jupiter, who is the god of the sky. So he's not of the heavens, but he's of the sky. So they've both got something sort of etheric, like the ether. They are both airy at some level, so they're quite fast moving. And if you think of the air, you've got wind, you've got thunderbolts and lightning. You also have rainbows coming up in the sky. So there is something very sky related about these. And I think that really fits in with what I was saying about clairvoyance, like the light seeing, the light hearing, the visioning, the foreseeing, because you can see things with your eyes in the air. It's also very light. Neither of them are grounded. That's another thing to bear in mind. This is a very trippy conjunction. It's not grounded at all, apart from the fact that it's showing up in the sign of Taurus, which is an earth sign. So I will talk about that. And it's unrooted. So I think that's important to consider about this particular conjunction. So I did say it's in the sign of Taurus. And, what is Taurus known for? It's known for security, money, resources. It's quite careful with its energy. It's quite conservative. It doesn't rock the boat. Taurus is a sign that is a lot more concerned with safety, comfort, luxury. I mean, it doesn't, Taurus, the Taurian energy doesn't slum it. They want to live very, very comfortably, and they will put as much effort as they need to be comfortable. It's domestication, it's good food, it's very creative, very deliberate, and it's very much about values. The Taurian values security, comfort, loyalty, luxury. So I wonder how, like, the idea of money and securities and luxurious items fit in to this Uranus and Jupiter conjunction. So I thought I'd look back on astroseek.com, and you can see that in 1858, we had the conjunction at 29 degrees in the sign of Taurus. In 41, we had them in a conjunction at 25 degrees in Taurus. And now in 2024, 83 years later, it's at 21 degrees in the sign of Taurus. So, yeah, they're all similar degrees, just going backwards, like 29, 25, 21. The next one in 83 years' time will most likely be around 18, I would have thought. But here's some of the highlights of some of the things that were going on. So in 1858, there was a more intense part of the gold rush. The gold rush had started in, I think, 1848, but in 1858, there was a very intense gold rush, and the Canyon War, British Columbia was set up, and there was an influx of world migrants. So there was travel, which is very much a Jupiter and a Uranus thing. There was also the idea of finding your fortune. I was talking about Jupiter being this chancer who has a lot of confidence to go out for things. And that Uranus is a bit of a wild card, and they're independent. It's very much pioneer energy. So it's interesting because, like, gold is obviously a resource. It's also seen as a luxury resource. So that's kind of interesting. Now, obviously, when you look back in history, there's pretty much always a war or a dispute going on. But obviously, the 1941 one was pretty big. In the month of the conjunction, I think it's heralded as being the end of the Great Depression. At the same time, we had the May Blitz in Liverpool, which was a huge airstrike. So it's a shocking strike from the sky. Okay, very much Jupiter and Uranus and those lightning bolts. There was also the Luftwaffe attack in London, again, an aerial attack. And then in December, there was Pearl Harbor, which then motivated, I think, the US to join World War II. And so there's a lot of world movement. So we have an influx of world migrants here. We've got a lot of world movement going on. So in 2024, if we're using this information, what might we expect? Well, I imagine we're going to experience some financial events. I'm pretty sure of that. We're already seeing a lot of migration and movement. So I'm not surprised by that. We're already seeing the blurring of borders going on in lots of different parts of the world. We're already seeing air events. And there's an idea of rebellion and alternative ideas. It's interesting, isn't it, that, we've got Jupiter and Uranus, which are rebellion, about rebellion, and Taurus, which is quite a conservative sign. What strikes me right now is that it appears, this is how the press will appears to write about it. But when we're hearing about alternative viewpoints right now in the world media and on videos and things like that, they're talking very much like it's the conservative viewpoints, which I think now is more sort of seen as far right, that is being the people who are doing the rebellions. So it's interesting that, in this conservative sign of Uranus and Jupiter, there is this energy of rebellious, conservative energy. I would counter that and say we see rebellious energy on the far left too. I always think they're a good mirror image of each other. So I think the further you go away from the center, the more behaviors appear rebellious. But I just thought it was kind of interesting. Before we go any further, I just want to say thank you to my sponsors. Without you, this would be a bit more lonely. And for all the supporters that leave comments each time I do a video, I absolutely love it. So thank you very much. Really, really appreciate you. So what about the conjunction this time? Let's explore what's going on with this particular conjunction in 2024. So in particular with this conjunction. So it's happening on the 20th, 21st of April, according to where you are in the world. In 2024, obviously, at 21:50 in the that's how it shows up on Astrodienst or astro.com. In astroseek.com it's showing up as 21:49, so I guess it's just right on that tipping point. In London it's happening on the 21st of April at 3:27 a.m. That's British summertime. So these are some of the energies that are playing into this conjunction. So the first thing that really catches my attention is that the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction is in a lovely trine to Ceres, and it's also in a trine to the moon. So both Ceres and the moon are in earth signs. That's really helping to ground this energy. But it's showing that we could have an emotional idea. You know, we could have an idea that really comes from our heart, really comes from who we really believe ourselves to be at a soul level. I love that. And Ceres, you know, Mother Nature, she is all about the cycles of life. So I think there's this real, and also about parenting, and also about nurturing the energy, also about self-care. So I really get this strong feeling that this particular conjunction, as it's showing up in our world right now and impacting on our charts, I think it's giving us an opportunity to self-care, to have some realizations about it, and to be able to start this new cycle in a very, very heart-centered way. I do notice that the moon is void of course. Now, that's a whole other subject. The void of course moon isn't necessarily known as being particularly powerful, but it is literally just moments away from changing signs. You know, in astrological circles, we say a void of course moon is sometimes ineffective, but I just put it in just to sort of, I guess, bring up that term, you know, for some of you will understand what that is, but I just thought I'd put it in anyway. On this day of the conjunction, we've also got the sun in a square to Pluto. Now that's kind of interesting as well, because Pluto in the sign of Aquarius is in an air sign, and the sun in the sign of Taurus, that's an earth sign. It is almost like that air to earth kind of energy. So it really does bring, you know, and seeing it with Pluto up here, obviously it would be different if your chart is turned around, because the ascendant's different, because you're looking at this particular aspect from a different part of the world. But as I'm looking at it, I'm thinking of an air raid. I shouldn't say that with a massive smile on my face, because that's not what I mean. But, you know, it's interesting. We've got this Pluto, which is death from the air. Again, I'm not excited by that thought. But Pluto brings up a lot of intellectual thinking, you know, intellectualism, and sometimes a bit of a detachment from what it is to be completely human in our bodies. And there's tension there with the sun in the sign of Taurus, which is about grounding and being grounded and being absolutely 100% human, really feeling human in our physical bodies. I'd almost, I see this almost as a cautionary tale with this particular energy. On the day of the conjunction, is that whatever we're starting, whatever new phase we're starting in our life, we need to make it really real for ourselves. We can transform our ideas for sure, you know, with Pluto in the sign of Aquarius. However, it could be really devastating if we let our ideals take over the show. So what I really get from this is being grounded and really being an allowance with our body is more important than the idealism. I think idealism could actually lead to the death of the idea. Possibly it would transform us. Well, actually it will, because everything transforms us. But yeah, I think there's a lot more impact if we can come back into our bodies. And I recognize that in particular, since the start of the COVID phenomenon of 2020, in particular, I found myself to be quite distracted across the board. It's almost like something changed in me. You know, I think a lot of people are on social media a lot more than they were before. I think we've all been in quite a big distraction for quite a few years now. So not many of us are as grounded as we could be. So I really see this as an opportunity to get back into our bodies and really start noticing what's going on in our bodies. What are we sensing? What are we feeling? And if we can get back in our bodies, we will absolutely know what our intuition are, flashes of insight that Jupiter and Uranus are bringing in. You know, so we might have these flashes of, I don't know, something really quite sort of mind-blowing, and it needs to pass through our senses. We need to think, okay, are we having a reaction here? Is it a good reaction? What is my body saying about this? You know, so I really see that there's a coherence possibility, you know, that we start to be able to read things within our body so much more. And I think that's really needed. On this day, we've also got Venus in a conjunction with Chiron. Well, this is great. This is giving us love and compassion to resolve things that have hurt us, that we're healing from, give us a new perspective, create forgiveness for ourselves and also for other people. Really feels Ho'oponopono-ish. I normally pronounce that word wrong, like Ho'oponopono. It's also, we've got Mercury retrograde in a conjunction to the North Node. So this is ongoing. Mercury retrograde going through the sign of Aries. From all the people I've been talking to, you know, as I've been going about my day and working with clients, what's really come up is that this Mercury retrograde has knocked quite a few people for six. It feels like it's brought up a lot of stuff. You know how if you get congestion on your chest, you know, there's something stuck, there's something blocked. It feels like people are having a lot of reactions around their lungs, their nose, their ears. It feels like we are unblocking around the access to our heads, which would figure because Aries is the sign that rules the head. And of course, Mercury, you know, in thinking and communicating, a lot of that appears to go on in this area. So, you know, we are thinking differently, and it is, maybe we're thinking differently and it's getting us back on track. And maybe this purging is necessary. We've also got a moon in opposition to Neptune. Now, where is that? There's the moon and there's Neptune. Now, Neptune and the moon in connections are not always that easy to work with, I'll be honest. In particular, in oppositions, it can create a hypersensitivity. Now, if we're looking at, you know, this conjunction as the start of a new phase, it could actually include a hypersensitivity or a hypersensitivity to energies. Sorry, I said that twice. I thought I was going to say a different word, like a hypersensitivity, I don't know. It's taking our perceptions, what we can tune into, up to a completely new level. It's like we're dialing up rather than dialing down. Now, actually, as I say that, I realize that's wrong. For those of you that want to dial up, the energy is there to do that. You know, we can tune in even further. And it's like we can tune in just as much as we're ready to experience. Neptune and the moon in difficult positions is also a possible numbing event as well. You know, Neptune really and the moon both have a reputation in difficult aspects in natal charts. They create a need for distractions where we can forget who we are and kind of numb ourselves to feeling so much. And so you may well find that people are numbing themselves more. So, you know, if you've got a tendency to numb yourself and you know that's not what you want to do, then this could be the start of something where instead of numbing, you actually tune in to find out what you don't want to see, what you don't want to experience. So it might be this, you know, this could be a really deep time that reveals something earth-shattering that sets you off on a whole new trajectory. I mean, could you imagine if all your life you've been trying to achieve something and you've not been able to get to the core of why you self-sabotage at the last minute? Well, this could be bringing in so much heightened awareness that, you know, that you feel uncomfortable, you feel that urge, okay, I just want to numb this. And you start pouring a bottle of wine, lighting up a fag, like thinking about going out for a joint or something, or whatever it is that helps you like forget and relax and so on and so forth. But you could actually say, oh, Louisa said something about this. Oh, when I feel like I want to forget or numb my experience, maybe I could tune in and actually find out what I'm trying to numb myself from. And it might be that this this whole time, this whole new cycle that we're going into is going to help us find that release. So again, I see hope and opportunity, but it could come with an awareness that is not easy to bear. You know, we might have to take a deep breath. We might need to coach ourselves and calm ourselves and take ourselves step by step through the process. I'm reminded, I went out for coffee with a great friend today who has worked with Access Consciousness. And there was, even when I go for coffee, I'm writing notes. What a nerd I am. Anyway, we were having a conversation, as we do. And she said something, because we were talking about triggers and judgments. And she said this really great thing. And it was, if there's an emotional charge, it's because there's a judgment. So for instance, if there's something going on and you're feeling discomfort and you're judging it and you're wanting to get away from it, there's a charge, there's an emotional triggering charge. It's based on some kind of judgment. If there's no charge, if you're not getting a kind of irritation or a discomfort from something, then what you're observing or knowing is an awareness. It's an awareness of, it's like consciousness. And so that could be your clue as to whether there's something that needs to be understood. You know, so if you're feeling triggered by something, there's a judgment that might be holding you back from taking the next step and then the next step. It could be a judgment, and that judgment might be in place to keep you safe. You know, you might have decided, you might have made this judgment years ago, or it might be somebody else's judgment that they've kind of pushed on you to keep you safe. You know, most of these things do come from a need to keep ourselves safe. But if you're feeling charged about something, you can be pretty sure there's something to work on. Whereas if you're thinking, I feel like I'm really sensitive, I can tune right in, there's no charge. It's just the awareness that you are living in this rich, vibrant field of energy, and you can use it. It's like a new door has opened. This veil is being pulled back, and it's like, ta-da, your new reality awaits. So I like this. And then, and thank you, Sarah, for that lovely bit of information. We've also got the moon in a trine to Pluto. There's the moon and there's Pluto. I see that as that we can have resiliency in our emotions and in our psyche. So again, there's, to me, that's describing that we can challenge ourselves. We are able to take a step forwards. We are able to take a few steps forwards. So you might just, you might just need to coach yourself or find someone to coach with you or to pace you as you find your way. And the other thing that I think is really sort of important about this chart is just to recognize it's within 2 weeks of the total solar eclipse that happened on the 8th of April. And it was a pretty strong eclipse. And so we've got that eclipse energy, which is firing up this conjunction. It makes it so much stronger. So to me, they are the calling card energies of this particular conjunction, you know, that self-care, forgiveness, self-forgiveness, the idea that we can start to see the unseen patterns and step through them if we choose that we're ready for it, that we have the resiliency to do it, and we've got the power to do it. I see that as a message of hope and optimism. And if you're actually listening to this and thinking, well, I'm not feeling very hopeful or optimistic, it might just be that you're feeling the discomfort of it. And because you're feeling the discomfort of it, you're feeling triggered by it. If you can see that the trigger is just an awareness that there is something that you're judging yourself on, which may or may not be true. It might be outdated, but it's an indication there's something to look at. So I hope that's helpful. So like I said, it's the start of a new cycle. Now, in the forecast that I'm going to give for every sign of the zodiac, I'm not going to go through this whole cycle because it takes us like 13 and a half years, and that would take, frankly, too long. And who really knows where they're going to be in 12 years' time? I mean, people say, oh, I've got a year plan. I mean, I tend to just be like, yeah, here's where I think I'm going to be in 6 months, maybe 5 years. 10 years, it's kind of like rough ballpark, you know. But what I really want to sort of bring about is right now, this conjunction is taking place here. So you've got Jupiter and Uranus both here. And then over the next 12 years, they are going to make connections, not in a conjunction, but they will be a particular distance from each other astrologically. So for instance, the sextile, which is the next stage of this energy is it's developing. The sextile is in July 2026, by which point Uranus, which is the slower moving of the planet, which is all represented down here. Uranus is down here in the sign of Gemini and Jupiter's in the sign of Leo. So for instance, if you were to set up, just to kind of put it in context, if right now, at the time of this conjunction, you have a sort of new spirit, a new calling, a new feeling of excitement and like this uprush of energy, you've got a new vision, for instance, between now and July 2026, you've got the rush of energy, that sweet kind of natural growth that you get, like a seed coming out and a little sprout coming up. It's that kind of new sprouting energy that's coming up. And Uranus in Gemini is challenging us to learn more about change and to learn more about communication and maybe learn about light communication and get faster at it. Jupiter in Leo is saying, you know, with these first growth patterns of this cycle, you're likely to get proud, which is a Leo thing. You're likely to get playful, maybe childish. You might need a pride of people around you. So you might have a gang. You might have a pack of people that you're doing it with. You could be very, very creative. And so it's the creativity and the playfulness that gets your project that's here off the ground. So, you know, by 2026, if you are using playfulness, creativity, and a sense of your own integral sovereignty, which again is another Leo theme, you'll be getting it off the ground. The next step, you know, Uranus is here and Jupiter is here in a square. So that's next time they make an astrological connection. And that's happening around September 2027. And this represents a point where your new project, your new direction might hit a bit of a curveball, where it might have grown so fast that you need to stop for a second and just kind of, you're feeling challenged by the growth of it. And so here Jupiter has hit the sign of Virgo. And so at some level, the next part of the journey is, hang on, it's grown so big, but is it fit for purpose? How is it serving people, which are Virgoan things? Then the next iteration, which takes us to 2028 with Jupiter, there's Uranus and Jupiter in the trine, in the sign of Libra. It's like you've resolved it. And actually, you decide that you need the people to decide, you know, who are the stakeholders of your great big plan? What do they need? So the next part of the plan is, okay, it's grown. It's no longer fit for purpose. I need to get the ideas and impressions of other people and get other people as stakeholders involved, and so on and so forth. So as you're going around this whole cycle, there are these stages of development that you're going through. But again, a lot of it depends on what's going on. Now, most people might not have a clear idea of what's coming up and what's starting. And that's where I think sometimes an astrological consultation can be useful. I've been tracking it in my own chart, and I will show you where the last two started in my chart, and the changes that they brought in. To be fair, the changes were visible really early on in the new cycle of Jupiter and Uranus. They were definitely visible from word go, but I wasn't aware of it. You know, you can see the visibility of it and the obviousness of it when you look back in hindsight, but you couldn't necessarily see it right from word go. And that's because it is a 12-year cycle. So essentially what we're starting now will be completing in the sign of Cancer. And so when we are looking on a sign by sign basis, I'll be letting you know, well, this is where you're starting this. This is where it's ending, and this is how you might get your project off the ground, or your change off the ground. What are you changing in consciousness about your life right now? So these are just two examples. So in 2 cycles ago, February the 16th, 1997, I'd left school. You can't really see it, but it's right down here. It was at 5 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. So it's halfway through my 3rd house. The 3rd house is about your environment. It's about your neighborhood, your community. It's also a place of business. It's quite transactional. It's a place where you're very busy and there's lots of people, lots of networks and things like that. But it's in the sign of Aquarius. Now, for me, what changed, literally not long after this had started, I was working abroad. I'd said, actually, I don't want to go to university after all. It's like, no, thanks. It's not for me. Not right now. Maybe never. Who knows? And so I decided to go and work abroad, which again is one of those travel themes. I was working on short-term contracts, which really picks up one of the themes of the 3rd house, which is, it's not necessarily a place of longevity. It's a place of short interactions and changes. So I was working in tourism, and I did it for quite a long time, and I was managing campsites and eventually hotels, and it was short-term contracts moving from place to place, country to country across, mainly in France, but also touching Italy. I went into Belgium a little bit and just experienced a lot of change and a lot of fun. And it was, these are all hallmarks of the 3rd house. Now, during that time, I started training other people in tourism, but I also started studying. I was also studying a language, so I was learning to speak French. But I was studying a lot of vocational qualifications. I was also studying astrology, obviously, because it's in the sign of Aquarius, which is, one of the signs, like the sign that's associated with astrology. Towards the end of this particular cycle, I had my own training and facilitation company where I worked. It's obviously quite a long way down the line, but I was working in banking and insurance and delivering content for them. So, it was a very busy time. I couldn't have seen it coming. When I was leaving school, I didn't know what I was going to do. I thought I was going to do, a degree in fine art and philosophy. And actually, I just went straight into the marketplace and just got very, very busy and very, very purposeful and moved around a lot, which is absolutely the rush of energy of Uranus and Jupiter in the 3rd house and Aquarius. And that's where it's showing up for me. Now, whilst that seems quite significant, I didn't see it really happening. It just kind of did. It just was me living my life. But when you look at it retrospectively, you can really see it as a phase. Because when the next one started on January the 4th, 2011, it was here. So there were actually 3 conjunctions. The first conjunction was when I was traveling. Again, there's another travel vibe. I was living in Indonesia and wondering what my next phase was going to be. I was practicing astrology, reading tarot cards and doing a bit of training and stuff. And then it retrograded. And then on the January the 4th, 2011, we had the last conjunction. And it was right on my cusp between my 4th and my 5th house. Now, this one really transformed my life. And I think it's because it was right on the cusp of my 5th house. And if you think of the 5th house themes, we've got romance, we've got children, we've got child rearing, we've got creativity, and all of that has come to pass. So literally a month and a day, 2 weeks later, I got in touch with my husband. I didn't know he was my husband at the time. A month later, I met him. I delivered my first child in the first year. We were engaged to be married, and everything just went really fast from there. So that's my Jupiter-Uranus story that changed my life significantly. And it was on the cusp of of houses. And I think that's why it was so fast acting. And it changed me from, working in a corporate environment, which is a very third house thing, to being a stay-at-home mum, remote working and creating and working in a business for my passions. Like before then, I loved working with people, and it was, how can I do this logistically through a business? So I was teaching banking and insurance, but it didn't really light me up. Astrology lit me up and coaching lit me up. So by the time it got here, I was able to do that whilst, just outing myself. This is who I am. So this was a really, really great one. And so this is what I would really advise you do is look, where was it last time? And where was it the time before? And what was going on? So if you have that sort of desire to step back in time to see how that coding affected you, then you get a much better idea as to what it might mean for you now. So now it's in my 7th house. It's not really touching anything. It's not really making any aspects to anything. It's in a sextile to Saturn, which I think is quite beneficial. It is in a square to my midheaven, but the 7th house I think is from my perspective, I'm probably bringing in a bit more partnership and maybe coming out of my home space of being a sort of stay-at-home mum. It's activating something new for me. But again, you can track it through your own chart, and that's absolutely what I recommend. So in a sec, I'm going to come to the sign by sign forecast. But before I do that, I just want to say these forecasts are absolutely based on your ascendant. Now I do get people saying, why aren't you just doing it for the star sign? I had someone go quite nuts in the comment my last video. And yeah, I understand loads of people do sign readings. Check them out. There's loads of them all over YouTube. Feel free to, go and listen to theirs. Now I really recommend that you listen to these readings based on your ascendant. I really, really do. It'll be so much more accurate. You can also listen to the one of your star sign. I find that quite useful too. Some people even listen to the moon sign. If you're listening to the moon sign, take it as a reading for your emotions and your psyche. If you're listening to the one based on your star sign, think of it as an activation of your personality. But the ascendant, if you listen to your ascendant or your rising sign, you're really finding out how it's activating throughout your whole life. It's a much more whole and complete picture. Anyway, if you don't know what your ascendant is, then if you go to astro-seek.com, scroll down of this first menu and go to Ascendant Rising Sign Calculator, hit enter, and then you'll be asked for your time, place, and date of birth. And when you do that, click submit or whatever it is, and it will tell you where your ascendant is. So let's check out the ascendants now. Okay, so the first of these Jupiter-Uranus conjunction forecasts are for people with Aries ascendant. So this is who I'm talking to right now. So Aries ascendant, how you doing? So we've got this this Jupiter-Uranus energy coming into all these different conjunctions. I've plotted on where they happened the last 2 times, where it's happening right now, where it's going, to help bring out some more progression, risks, originality ideas, inventiveness, spirit, visions. Like, where are you being visionary right now? What are you creating for yourself? In the first part of this video, I spent quite a lot of time expressing just how creative this is, but that it's not all felt on one day. And that's the most important part of this forecast, is to understand this is part of an ongoing cycle. This isn't something that happens on the 20th, 21st of April and boom, it's done. You're not expected to put all your eggs into this one basket and create your forever idea of inventiveness. That's not it. This is part of an ongoing process. So just to backtrack a little bit, given where your ascendant is, And obviously, I don't know how old you are. And so I've only gone back 2 seasons based on the average age of people that watch this show. So if you're a bit too young to know what was going on for you at the start of the 1997 one, please forgive me. But anyway, in the last couple of Uranus Jupiter conjunctions, which happen every 13 and a half years, your sort of innovation and your energy was really encouraging more friendships and networks, and that sort of 13-year slot was there to bring you much greater connection within the world and a greater sense of your belonging, not to your home environment, but a sense of being a global citizen. So there have been lots of opportunities to feel really connected in all sorts of different ways, in all sorts of different places. It was also a time of manifestation, so Uranus and Jupiter together would have been manifesting some quite exciting opportunities, kind of out of the ordinary ones. Now, the last Jupiter and Uranus conjunction happened right around your ascendant, or, entering into the first house. Now, this started off at 0 degrees in the sign of Aries, and then it retrograded back to 27 degrees Pisces. So it's like this most recent cycle of Uranus and Jupiter in a conjunction was really there to stir up your connection to all that is unseen. It was creating a possibility to delve deeper into all the things that were a mystery, all the things that were kind of in your blind spot, the things you hadn't yet noticed, the things that had seemed outside of your view. And it could very well have been the first moment that you started getting into the psychic arts, the ideas that we might have some choice. The idea that, we don't have to sit with the programming that we've got, but that we can tweak it. It would have brought up a sense of working through old issues and getting ready to create a more watertight persona. Now, where this Jupiter and Uranus conjunction is taking place is in your second house. And this new cycle is creating the sense of you having well-being, you having a sense of security, you knowing the true value of who you are. And of course, you won't have been able to do that had you not gone through this last Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, really uncovering all the nitty-gritty in your personality. So where this one is looking, it's pulling on the theme of well-being, it's pulling on the theme of resourcefulness, comfort, security. It's really pulling on the idea that you can set yourself up to feel super duper secure. Now, again, this is a long-term project. It's not something that's seen overnight necessarily, though the changes can come in very quickly. So you may well find that this Uranus and Jupiter conjunction brings in a whole plethora of ideas. And this time they are ideas that you can actually actualize. They're not ideas that are slightly out of your reach, because anything that's out of your reach isn't practical. Anything that's out of your reach is likely to create a sense of distrust or a sense of not having everything that you need. And the real message here is that you do have everything you need. As you are defining what it is you want to bring into your world to help you feel more secure, it's like Jupiter and Uranus is creating this sense of it all comes in. Whatever you need for this next stage is manifesting in. Now, where is this energy taking you? Well, the next incarnation of this is taking place in your fourth house. Now, that is there to create a change in the way you live. It's there to create a bigger possibility for yourself. Like, how can you explore safety and security from a completely new perspective that allows for additional options at home, that allows for a sense of exploration that maybe isn't just one house. It might be one house here and one house over there. It's creating the sense of excitement at home, which kind of goes against this idea of security that you've got here. But what I'm getting at here is you're so good at setting yourself up for some security that by the time this one comes along, you've got more choices. And so you without realizing, over the next 12 years, you're going to be creating all the circumstances to bring about excitement in your home life. So if you're working back from there, you might think, okay, so how can I get investments that are going to allow me greater flexibility? How can I use my money and use my resources so that I might be able to live in different places? And so it's all these different questions that you might choose to ask yourself. Now, Jupiter and Uranus are both very heady planets. You know, they both really encourage a feeling of fun and a feeling of consciousness. You know, they're both absolutely dragging in this sense of hope, this sense of optimism, and a sense that something new and inventive is on the horizon. It's also a time where you get really clear on your own truth and your own authenticity. And so the more you ask yourself these searching questions and then leave space, it's like the universe, life, people, circumstance, they start filling in all the blanks, but you have to ask the questions. And that's the part of the Jupiter and Uranus energy, which is calling in courage and an open heart and the possibility for space. You know, both Jupiter and Uranus love space. So create as much space as you can to ask yourself the things you need. Now, in between this conjunction and this conjunction, so, you know, obviously we're going through a full cycle. The next part of the journey would be the sextile that Jupiter and Uranus make. And this sextile, you've got Uranus here and you've got Jupiter here in Leo. Now, the reason I've put this in is because it's just 2 years off. You know, obviously, to get from this conjunction here in the sign of Taurus to this one here in 2037, Jupiter is going all the way through these signs, and Uranus is just moving from here to there. And it's going to make a whole heap of, there's going to be a sextile, there's going to be a trine, there'll be a square, there'll be an opposition, another trine, another square, and another sextile. So, you know, this is just part of your journey. This is the part of your journey that is opening up your potential even further. So the reason I'm sharing this is for you to be able to completely use this inventive energy, this sense of possibility to create security for yourself and to feel stronger about who you are and what the value of you is to use this energy, start bringing it in right now, of Uranus in the 3rd house and Jupiter in the 5th. So what you might choose to do is explore how you can create excitement in your local community, how you can create exciting connections with people in your local community. The 3rd house is about teaching, sharing, experiencing, communicating, being really, really busy in your local community, but in a Uranian way. So it could be focus groups, it could be using technology to create something of use in terms of your local community. And then Jupiter in the 5th is about you being creative, strong, passionate, childlike, fun, not being structured, but being experimental, you know, really pulling into your core talents, your core strengths that you were really born with, you know, nothing that's unfun. It has to be fun. So I guess what I'm saying here is whatever you're creating for yourself right now as a possibility to grow in consciousness, to grow with excitement, and to really move your life even further, you really want to be doing something exciting in your local environment and doing it playfully, fully, and passionately. And that really will bring you to the next Jupiter and Uranus conjunction. So there you go. This is just part of the ongoing cycle. These are all cycles. You know, every time a planet comes together, it's the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. And this is the beginning of a cycle of self-worth, and a much greater sense of security in yourself. So have a fantastic new Jupiter and Uranus cycle ahead. And I hope this has been of some use to you in help in sort of understanding how to get your project off the ground, and that, you know, these projects are felt. You know, you can get you can get that sense of it first working, then it expands, and it keeps expanding right the way around for another 12 years. So whatever you're setting off in motion right now has much deeper and stronger and broader results. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. If you want to explore this more deeply in your own personal birth chart, and you fancy a bit of hand holding or a little bit of advice or a bit of a chat and a giggle about it, then please do feel free to book a session with me. All my details are below in the description. I love working with people, and we could even draw some I don't know, we can draw so much more in when we're actually looking at your full personal chart. So anyway, have a great conjunction and speak to you another time. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey Taurus, how you doing? So this is a Jupiter and Uranus conjunction forecast. Now I'm going to be talking about the conjunction itself, and also putting it into the greater context so you can understand it as part of the natural flow of your life, the natural beginning and ending of cycles, and to take it even further and to understand what it might be bringing you in the future too. And also how to really activate on that energy and how to really get it moving even more so. So, you know, this conjunction between Jupiter and Uranus is absolutely bringing up a series of progressions. It's there to push you forward fast. It's there to excite you, delight you, surprise you, shock you, and grow you in consciousness. It's there to create originality and ideas. And it's big on spirit, big on visions, and it's completely far out. You know, it has really strong ramifications. And if you want to know much more about this particular energy, please do check out part 1. It's all chaptered, and you can get a real strong feel for the actual coding of it on the particular day. But it's not just a one-day event. You know, it's so much bigger than that, because anytime two planets come together, they are coming together to combine their energy, and then they're still in a relationship all the way around until they meet each other again and restart this cycle. So what is this cycle? This cycle is one of inspiration and innovation and hope, optimism and movement. So this is designed to move you onto a new stage in your life. Now, I've put in a couple of the other cycles. Now, obviously, I don't know how old you are, and I've put in just 2 cycles based on the average age of people that watch my video. So if you're a bit too young to remember what was going on as the 1997 conjunction happened, please forgive me, but work with me, okay? So, you know, Jupiter and Uranus in 97 were bringing you this energy to innovate how you stood in the world, like how visible you were. It was setting off this 13-year cycle, 13 and a half year cycle, to get you thinking creatively in terms of what your output is, how you might want to be recognized. So it would have really transformed how you do business. And it's quite possible that you suddenly flew up in your work, or grew, or, you know, rose quite quickly, because Uranus and Jupiter together create speed, and they create excitement and momentum and lots of ideas. And of course, you know, Uranus and Jupiter together in the business place, it's perfect for anyone with that kind of CEO energy, or anyone in banking and insurance and all of these different products that create a fast buck, a fast return, and an exciting sort of stock exchange kind of environment. It also works quite well with things like crypto, but also any kind of creative person, you know, so thought leaders who are trying to create change would have absolutely found this energy very helpful in their careers. Writers, authors, designers, you know, this Jupiter and Uranus energy is exciting, fast, and it moves things, you know, it's there to move society. So there was an element of that. And of course, according to how old you were when you were going through that, that would have sort of influenced how far you could take that energy. I'm guessing if you're further in your career, it could happen at a better time for you. But the following Uranus and Jupiter cycle in 2010 was right on the cusp. It happened in the sign of Aries, and then it retrograded into the sign of Pisces. So it was like it was taking you into this sense of possibility and the unknown, and then dragging you back to collaborate with people. So your last 13 years has been more about finding networks and collaborations and learning a lot more about trust, learning a lot more about systems that connect the world, and how we all fit in. Very much a global vision, and your place within it. Very much about what it takes to be part of a society, and maybe also what you are contributing to it. It's also a time of manifesting. You know, I really think the 11th house is very much about the law of attraction. And if there was a pairing of planets that were about the law of attraction, I would say Jupiter and Uranus are it. Absolutely, 100%. So, you know, you could have really gone into a 12, 13 year cycle of the law of attraction, changing your life, using intention work and consciousness to move yourself forward in a exciting way. Now, it just so happens this current one is happening in your first house. What better start to have, you know, when you've already been working on your law of attraction set point, and you've already got networks and friendships and a feeling of trust and hope and a sense of where you fit into the world, because this one is defining your personality to a much greater degree. You know, not only is it defining your character, it's also creating change in your body. It's also giving you the sense of a new personal brand, a new personal selling point about yourself. Like, who are you really? This is the one that's going to create the big changes for you in the most spectacular way. Now, it's important to take this one quite seriously. It's in your own ascending sign. You know, this is really, really important. These angular ones are the ones that are transforming you. And the next one that comes up is going to be really taking effect in your local community. So you really want to develop who you are right now so that you have the maximum strategic energy to shift your community in the way that you want. So if I was in your shoes right now, I think I'd be creating a new possibility for how I see myself, how I want to be in the world, maybe what I want to do. And it's deep, you know, it is creating a sense of a change of who you are. It may well change the way you look. It may well change your energy fields when you're out and about, you know, so people almost don't recognize you because you've changed so much. So this is the one that I would expect you to go through lots of personal change, to find a lot more independence, a lot more sovereignty, to find a new way of transacting in the world. So you're not just in agreement with people, but you are inventing your possibility on a moment by moment basis. I think that's exciting. Now, obviously, at this time, you may well come up with a brilliant idea that's going to earn you billions. And you might be one of these like future CEOs or something like that. And that's great, you know, if that's what's floating your boat, which is very much a Jupiter and Uranus idea. I mean, originality is absolutely key right now, especially if you're born with this kind of conjunction in your chart. So this is exciting. This is going to shift you. Like I say, it's not going to shift you in one day, but big stuff can come from this. If you are asking yourself searching questions about, I don't know, what would feel like a life worth living? How could you experience more joy right now? How could you, I don't know, how could you enjoy the next 13 years in the best way? The more questions you're asking yourself to get your creativity working, to create more opportunity, more surprise, more spiritedness. It's quite risky. You know, it is likely to really change your trajectory. Now, obviously, this, as you can see here, these Jupiter-Uranus conjunctions come around every 13 and a half years. They're very, very special. And they, you know, their energies in the place where they start, they last for the 13 and a half years. You know, they are absolutely taking us on a journey from one place to another. Now, obviously, Jupiter keeps moving, and Jupiter goes all the way around before meeting Uranus. Uranus in those 13 years just moves a little bit like there. So Uranus is just effectively going from here to there in 13 years, and Jupiter's going all the way around and then back to here. Now, when these two are moving, they are going to make other relationships to each other, other connections, other aspects, not just the conjunction. So they'll make a sextile, they'll make a trine, they'll make a square, an opposition, and then back round. When they go into their first sextile, which is in 2 years' time, it's a real strong opening energy. It's almost like the conjunction here is the seed point, or the germination, you know, where you're sowing your seed and it's germinating. And then this sextile here from July 2026 is where the shoot comes out, and all of a sudden the growth of your new development, the redesign of an idea, the launching of something really big and life-changing, it really starts to take on. So what I want to share with you is how it shoots up, and what qualities might be needed to help it shoot and take hold. So, you know, from now, where you're creating that seed point and that germination for yourself, where you're holding on to this really great energy to create something like more conscious, more exciting, more unusual, more unique to who you are. Whilst you're doing that, you might also want to think about how you can use money differently, because as Uranus goes into the sign of Gemini, it's going to change your approach to managing your personal finance, to how you consider resources. Possibly it will bring in an element of sharing resources, or a completely different way of doing it, you know, that's not based on proper earnings. You know, it's bringing in a lot more creativity. Now, that creativity might come from things like crypto, who knows, you know, like the second house Uranus, very much a crypto kind of scenario, but it could be different. You know, it could be any kind of stocks and shares. And I'm pretty sure that this kind of energy that's birthing right now is going to create a whole different way of us transacting with each other. And you could actually be at the forefront of this. And obviously I'm not part of it because I can't quite describe it or put my finger on it, but you may well know what this relates to. But it's exciting in terms of how you're earning your money or your resources. At the same time, Jupiter is creating fun at home, is creating a sense of creativity, a sense of pride, a sense of warmth, a sense of playfulness at home. And so what's really helping your ideas and this new you birthing, what's really bringing it about is your ability to be creative with your resources and playful at home. The more you can do that, the more you're using the Uranus and Jupiter energy to get you from here to here. And obviously the wheel keeps on turning and it's going to keep creating real excitement for you. So the big question that I want to leave you with is just, where are you going to be at the end of these 13 years? So anyway, I hope that's helpful in helping you understand that, you know, this isn't gone in one day. If you don't have this sudden brainwave, you've not lost it. It's part of an ongoing cycle, and you can use the energies to sow something really magnificent that slowly emerges over time to completely change who you are. And that's what it's all about. Now, obviously, if you want to look at this on an individual level with your actual birth chart, then feel free to contact me. All my details are below in the description. You can book a reading with me where you can join me in a Zoom call, or I could record something remotely for you. But, you know, if you're wanting something individual, then please don't hesitate to get in touch. But anyway, lots and lots of love to you at this time, and catch you in another video real soon. Bye for now. Hey Gemini Ascendant, how you doing? So this is possibly the video that has taken me the most amount of time to get my head around. Not because I don't like the energy. I love the energy of Uranus and and Jupiter. I absolutely adore them. And they're very, very creative, very fast acting and very exciting. There's a lot of energy put into, oh my God, on this day, this very, very special day, you must do all these kinds of things. And what I'm really here to do is not to dispel that, but I want to describe the energies that are coming up so that you can choose to use them, but to understand that they're part of a cycle, because anytime two planets come together, they start a new pattern together. They start a new cycle. Now, this particular cycle is one of progression, and yes, you might need to take a few risks. You might need to let go of things, and it might feel like you need lots of courage to do it. But this particular conjunction and the subsequent cycle that starts this Jupiter-Uranus cycle, it's full of originality and ideas. It's inventive. It's innovative. It really taps into your higher self and your spirit. It's visionary. It's far out. It's really, really big and magnificent. And it could be very industrious if you've got quite an ambitious head on your shoulders and you've got some great ideas. You could do something really phenomenal with it. So what I think of the conjunction, it's where these two planets come together, and it's like a seed point. And, like a lot of seeds, some of them take a little while to germinate. The seeds, they swell up, they capture the energy and the intention, and then they swell up and they get ready to burst forth. So, what I've put in here are all these little seed points. Now, I don't know how old you are, and I've gone back to Jupiter-Uranus conjunctions or cycles, because I wanted to plot out the journey you've been on to get you where you are right now, so that you understand the journey that you're moving on, to understand the trajectory a little bit. Now, one of the things that this brings about is the fact that we are living with these cycles within cycles, and these are 13.5-year cycles. So just going to take you back. If you're a little bit too young to remember this, then please forgive me and just give me like 2 minutes and I'll be on to the next cycle. But the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in 1997, so like 27 years ago, it was in the sign of Aquarius, and it was really starting a journey in the 9th to the 10th house. So, if you're really, really young, you might not remember having much conscious choice, but life would have been bringing a lot more adventure, a lot more freedom, the sense of wanting to get out there, the sense that there was something really big outside of your experience, and a kind of piqued curiosity to explore the world. And the more you explored, the more excitement and growth came, and more consciousness came. So this part of your chart is absolutely waking up this sense of there is something bigger out there. There's a higher, maybe my life is serving a higher like directive than just what we see in front of us. It's really big and quite far out. Now, the next cycle that came in 2010 was, it started off in the sign of Aries and then backtracked into the sign of Pisces. And it would have been activating this 10th house energy, which is about how you stand in the world. What's your legacy? What are you working towards? And so the last 13.5 years, bringing you to this point right now, would have brought you ample opportunities to really understand what your output is, where it might land, what you might need to do extra of, and also how it feels when you're in the public eye, or how it feels when you've got the full responsibility of things. And that could also include parenthood, because, the 10th house is all about taking on responsibility, being the grown-up. So lots of big, big themes of taking on responsibility in a fast and exciting way. Now, the consciousness of Jupiter and Uranus is birthing, putting a new seed point into your 12th house. So the 12th house is a tricky one. It's not necessarily easy. It's the birthing place of your intuition. It is that place of understanding what lives beyond what you can perceive. It's your unconscious mind. It's that feeling of connection that that you've been here before, that feeling of, oh, I've got an instinct, I've got a brainwave, that kind of subtle intuition or knowing. This is a birthing point of something really fast acting. Now, you may well feel right now that it's time to redesign the way your unconscious mind works. You may well be attracted to esoteric, spiritual kind of things that are creating a new awareness, a new sense of consciousness. And that's good, if that's what you're wanting. It's also getting you to explore some of the darker subjects, the things that you haven't quite understood yet, that you feel might be working to self-sabotage. So this new cycle is really clearing the path, clearing a space, and also giving you the conscious awareness and the intuition, the telepathy, all the sort of clairvoyance, clairaudience type things that you might need in the world. So things could move very, very fast. I mean, you may even realize that you've got a skill set that you could even put to work. It could totally transform your existence and your understanding of what it is that you're doing here. Now, I will also say, if you want to know more about this particular conjunction happening here in your 12th house, then in the first part of this video, I go in at quite some depth talking about Jupiter and Uranus and how everything lines up and what other aspects are taking place on this particularly auspicious day. But wouldn't it be great if we could understand where this 13-year period is moving you to, and what's likely to come in the next conjunction? Well, the thing that it's moving you to, it's like life is clearing the path. It's clearing the sense of blockage in your unconscious mind. It's clearing out those self-sabotages, and it's installing or giving you the opportunity to install new ways of thinking. Both Jupiter and Uranus have a lot to do with consciousness, and a lot to do with rising you up quite fast. So you could actually be on a very exciting trajectory to really reroute and remap the way your mind thinks. But where it's leading you to is into wealth production, and a greater sense of security, a greater sense of the value that you're bringing the world, and a sense of, I'm okay. I value myself and the world values me and the stuff's coming towards me. Whatever you started here in terms of your career and taking on responsibility, it almost feels like it was a little bit too soon. Like you were given this chance to move quickly, and to see what could occur, but actually that there's something much better coming up. Now, I don't mean to say that it's not going to happen until 2037. I'm definitely not saying you're not going to have wealth before then or that feeling of security. What I'm saying is, in 2037, you've got an exciting new start to bring and seed wealth into the next 13-year period. And, that's not to say you can't have those opportunities before. In fact, the more you're seeding it along the way, the better. Because from this conjunction point this week taking place right now, after these planets have been in a conjunction, they're going to start to separate. And Jupiter is the one that moves fastest. And Uranus is moving really slowly. So Jupiter is going to move from here, come all the way around, and the next conjunction is happening here. Uranus, in the next 13 and a half years, is just moving from here to there. Now, whilst they're both working at their different speeds, they are also going to make different aspects to each other. So not just the conjunction, but they're going to make 2 sextiles, 2 trines, 2 squares, and an opposition. So they're going to be forming these new parts of the journey. And remember, this journey is the sense of you letting go of your self-sabotage, letting go of the programming that you've identified is not helping you, letting go of that and installing something really positive, and also working on your intuitive skills in a way that's going to supercharge your life. So the next time these two come together is in a sextile, in July 2026. It's a couple of years off. Now, in between now and then, it's like now your seed is forming, your new ideas are coming together, this new potential is coming together, and you probably aren't going to get the full sense of how that's going to change you over the next over a decade. You might have a sense of possibility and openness and opportunity, but the full sense of it is going to emerge over time. But if you imagine this seed is already starting to germinate, and this sextile is where the seed is really starting to sprout really, really quickly into something quite tangible, quite visible, and something that's growing and moving very, very fast. So what are the conditions to bring and encourage the growth of your new progressive, spiritual, visionary, surprising, original ideas? Well, the first thing is to be a lot freer with your persona. So Uranus will eventually, at this time of the sextile, he'll be in your first house. And when Uranus is in your first house, he's changing the way you come across. He's creating changes, beginnings and endings, lots of restless energy. So you need to be able to allow yourself to have space. That's probably one of the biggest things that you can do, is give yourself more space to breathe, give yourself more space to move around and be independent. And the sooner you decide to do that for yourself as the gift, that you're going to give yourself, the quicker you're bringing in and encouraging this energy to come about. Now, the next part of it is to also foster the energy of Jupiter in Leo. Now, obviously, Jupiter's not there yet. Jupiter's going to be going through Gemini and Cancer first. But as this time passes, Jupiter in Leo is about creating warmth and spontaneity and a sense of creativity and playfulness in your local community. It's about participation. It's about putting the heart in your community. So you may well find that from what's emerging from within you right now, that there is this sense of space, independence, originality that is showing you what your unique part in your community is. It's encouraging you, it's giving you these ideas, these steps, these almost like a blueprint to move you on. Now, the great news is if you can enhance this energy of playfulness in your community and creating more space for yourself, your intuition's it's going to get stronger, because you're using and engaging in this kind of trusting, open behaviors of possibility. The more you are bringing this into your life, the more you are setting yourself up for greater wealth and stability. Now, I'm not here to say how that's going to happen, but the next seeding point is coming in here. And this is the one that I think is bringing the exciting security. So you never know how it's going to happen. But obviously, if you're exploring life through your community, and then as these other aspects come in, and I will be revisiting these and helping you on your journeys as time passes. But, this is quite an interesting trajectory for you. So right now, you're birthing your seed point for the next stage in your life. And it's creative, it's deep, it's visionary. It might be really useful to hold on to ideas, to journal, to draw, to play, be as imaginative and creative as possible. Jupiter and Uranus are absolutely the law of attraction planets. They are there to really help you manifest something completely different. The more you can talk to yourself and create in your mind's eye, the more you'll be bringing this forward. And this could be one of the most poignant moments in your life. So there you go. I hope that's helpful, Gemini. Now, if you would like something a lot more thought-provoking, personalized to you, and you'd like me to look sort of deep into your astrology and what's coming up for you, then please do feel free to contact me. My details are below in the description. You could book a live video call where I do a reading for you with you there, so you can ask me questions, or I could just record something remotely based on a series of questions that you give me. But either way, that help is there for you. So anyway, have a really enlightening experience with this conjunction. Let's see what possibilities you're sowing into your future. Stay in touch, and hopefully catch you in another video soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey, Cancer Ascendant, how you doing? So this is quite a big time. This Jupiter and Uranus conjunction comes around every 13 and a half years. I see it as a seed point. You know, every time two planets come together, they are combining their energies and starting a new themed cycle. And in this cycle, there are wheels within wheels, all the planets making little cycles with each other. But this is a particularly profound one that sends you in a whole new direction. Now, one of the key sort of descriptions of these conjunctions and these cycles is that they're progressive. They are moving you forwards. They're moving you forwards fast. They may well bring up some risks. You might need some courage to move you forwards. There's a sense of originality. There's a sense of big ideas and inventiveness. And there's so much to do with your spirit, your possibility to vision. And it can be very, very surprising and far out. You know, these are game changer cycles. Now, like all cycles, there's a beginning and there's an ending. And, you know, the ending of one cycle is the beginning of another. So there is this feeling of progressions. And so what I've done here, and I don't know how old you are, I've used the average age of my audience. Thank you, YouTube, for all the research you do, by the way. But I decided to take it back a couple of cycles so I could sort of demonstrate maybe what's been showing up in your world from the previous one. So you get a sense of how long these cycles come. So, you know, and how long they take. You know, there's often the feeling that, you know, these conjunctions are done and dusted in one day. And whilst, yes, they are tight and very potent on that day to, you know, do things like law of attraction type stuff, because Jupiter's a dreamer and Uranus is consciousness, like dreamy consciousness. Boom, there you go. You created something. But actually, when you look at a whole cycle from start to finish, you realize that, yes, that dreaminess that you used to get something moving led to something else, to something else, to something else. And there's almost like an epoch or an era to what you've been going through. So indulge with me. These two cycles I'm just going to quickly explain. And if you are a little bit too young to fully understand the first one, please just give me a couple of minutes of your time and just bear with me, because I want this to suit as many people as possible. So I've taken it back 2 cycles. So the Jupiter-Uranus cycle that started in 1997 at 5 degrees in the sign of Aquarius was really opening up the floodgates for 13 and a half years of deep inquiry and transformation. Now, this could have absolutely opened up your intuition, your psychic abilities, and it could have opened up the mystery of your family wide apart. You know, there could have been some big bombshell sort of announcement, because, you know, Jupiter and Uranus, they're both, you know, Uranus in particular is shocking, and Jupiter can really inflame that. And in the eighth is such a personal house, full of secrets, full of shame and guilt and stress and anger, but also transformation. It's a deeply psychological place, and a lot of growth can take place there. It's birthing a really deep understanding of the human psyche. So I would say from 1997 until 2010, with your new seed point, your attentions, no matter how old you would have been quite intense. You'd have been moving fast in terms of your consciousness to understand the human psyche. And that may well have come from your own research. It may well have come through family annoyances and stuff literally coming from other people that you couldn't ignore and you had to process. So I'm not saying it was necessarily easy, but it would have given you a lot of development material to work with, let's say. Now, the change in the cycle that occurred in 2010, we had the conjunction start in the sign of Aries, 0 degrees Aries, which would have really been giving us the start of a new story. 0 Aries is a very potent number. But then the very last conjunction turned out, months later to be in the sign of Pisces, 27 degrees Pisces, just in your 9th house, but very close to your 10th, really sort of birthing a sense of excitement, and a sense of freedom, a sense of independence, a sense of wanting to know the higher reasons behind things. It's almost like the potential trauma and development that you'd been through in the first part had led to a much deeper understanding and a yearning and a questing for something much greater. So you had the fundamentals to quite a good level, and now you're wanting to put the context and see how it existed in life. So you may well have gone into so much more deeper study. You know, the ninth house often corresponds with people who are going through the education process for pleasure, you know, that they can't stop studying, you know, they're always curious, always learning. You may well have also seen that Jupiter and Uranus, as they went into the ninth house, absolutely encouraged this kind of insatiable, I want to be over there, you know, this part of you that moved you to a completely different location, different culture, everything that is different and taking you out of what you knew to be your experience would have been absolutely your story. And that has brought you to where you are now. So where this is birthing right now, and I think this is pretty good, it's birthing in your 11th house. Now, the 11th house is about networks, it's about friendships, contacts, and also about your place in the grander scheme of the world. Like, where do you fit in? It could also have something to do with being part of a collective vision. Like, are you now in the process based on what you know psychologically about people and then your experience of higher knowledge and seeing how it fits into the world and studying more about it? Now it feels like you're ready to collaborate. You're going into a 13.5-year cycle of deep collaboration, sharing, creating a new way of being. You know, it's quite philanthropic. So you may well be really attracted to things that are world projects, you know, that are helping at a much grander scale than you could just do on your own. Hence why you might be collaborating with people. But it's really, really deep and really, really big. Now, you may well find that this 12-year cycle brings lots of unusual people into your world. So you may well find that your networks, the best networks that are serving you right now, are the ones that are bringing people in from different walks of life, possibly also different stratas of wealth. You know, the Jupiterian people could be seriously minted, from a completely different way of being. It's not necessarily saying that your friendships are easy. They might be quite challenging because the Jupiter and the Uranus energy can make the people in your life quite unpredictable. But that might be the people that you're serving or how your energy is being used in the world. You may well find that the things that are attracting you, the things that you're working with, are naturally helping people that have uncertainty. So this is a really big part of your life. This is a big part of the story that's going on right now, because it's going to bring so much of the world into your unique experience. And it's got a very co-creative and outcome-based results. You know, this is bringing results. It can also bring funding as well. So I think people with Cancerian ascendants could actually find they're going into a bit of a wealth cycle and a feeling that by serving on big projects and working with people, they're really raising their game. So I think this is quite exciting. Now, obviously, these seed points, you know, the conjunctions are like the two planets forming a seed. And so, like, right now, all you need to be doing is really like getting the soil ready. You know, so you might just right now, if you haven't got a great big idea that you're working with, you might just want to think in terms of what would bring me joy to work on that might help people in the world. What might I want to collaborate with others on that might need funding? Or big things like, if I could do anything in the world right now, what would bring me the most joy? And asking these really deep and searching questions is just the kind of energy that you want to sow into the soil. Now, all seeds, if they're good seeds, they grow. So, you know, they burst out of their casing and then all of a sudden they put up a shoot, and then they grow into something. Now, that sudden growth or that stronger growth is really coming out at the time when Jupiter and Uranus find themselves in their first sextile which is happening in 2 years' time in July 2026. It's not to say your projects can't move until that point. What I'm saying is you might be birthing a project right now that leads into a much bigger project, that leads into a much bigger project, all along the same themes, and that whatever's coming up July 2026 is quite a big one. Anyway, from this seed point here in 2024 to this seed point here in 2037 at the next Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, Uranus is just moving from here to here, and it's going to take 13 and a half years. It's very slow moving. But Jupiter is going to go all the way around and then catch up with Uranus. So, you know, this is a long, slow process. But while Jupiter's on his journey and Uranus is on his, they start to create these aspects, the sextile, the trines, the squares, the oppositions, and each of those represents a different step forward on the journey of excitement that you're sowing right now into this area of sociability, philanthropy, big projects, world-changing things. It's really quite substantial. Now, all of this that you're learning right now in this particular epoch is leading you into an even more strong one starting in 2037. Now, what's the significance of this? What I would say is the particular cycle starting here is one that's happening in your first house. So it's happening at a really fundamental energy of identity. It's about who you are as a person, what you represent, what you stand for. And it's likely to be really, really different from the you that was here and here and here. So it's really moving you on. This is the one that's most likely going to create the big, fast forward momentums. So yeah, there's a lot to work on. So the more you can enjoy yourself here, the more you are leading yourself to big, big transformations. Now, with the sextile energy in 2026, let me give you a couple of tips that's going to really create strong growth with whatever projects you're creating. So the first tip is to be really open in your imagination. Uranus is going to be in your 12th house. It's going to be in a place of absolute psychic awareness. So the more you can do right now to be completely open to the energies that you can sense, you can feel, you can perceive, the more you practice with these energies, the more you look at your belief systems, whether they limit you or are they creating freedom for you. You want to be creating freedom and space in your unconscious mind for a sense of possibility. So the more junk and gunk you can clear from this part of your head to create peace and tranquility and space, the more fun you're going to have. Now, the other thing that's also encouraging it is this sense of pride in the work you're doing. So Jupiter in Leo in your second house is pride, warmth, joy, freedom, a sense of personal expression, a sense of playfulness in the way you're earning money. So if you could, from now start sowing seeds to create more playfulness in the way you're working, more playfulness in the way you're earning money and serving people, that will be absolutely enhancing this area and sowing the seeds for this. So anyway, I hope that was helpful to you, Cancer Ascendant. Now, if in the meantime, obviously, I'm not saying you have to wait till this point to be changing yourself. Anytime you work with this energy, the Jupiter-Uranus energy, you are channeling consciousness and creating more possibility and space for yourself. It's an exciting time. But if you would like to look deeper into your personal chart on a one-to-one basis, then please do feel free to check out my details below. I've put in some email links where you can connect with me. You can book time into my diary so I could work with you on a one-to-one basis over a Zoom call. Or if you just wanted to send me a question that you want me to work on for you, I can also record it remotely. So anyway, there's help and guidance there and available to you should you choose to want to do that. So for now, enjoy creating and sowing these exciting seeds, because you are at the sort of starting point of a new exciting forward momentum that could really transform your life. So lots and lots of love to you. Catch you in another video soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey, Leo Ascendant, how you doing? So this is the long-awaited Jupiter-Uranus conjunction forecast. I've taken my time getting ready for it, I have to say. It's taken me a while to really feel that urge to get cracking. Now, really what I want to bring about with this forecast is the recognition that it's not all over on this one particular day, on the day of the conjunction. You know, this is a slow moving conjunction. You know, these conjunctions only happen every 13 and a half years. So we've got the energies of Jupiter and the energies of Uranus coming together, squishing together and creating a seed point. And from this, there is a new Jupiter and Uranus cycle. Now, with this cycle, there are really exciting energies. It's very much about uplifting consciousness. Very much, it's about progressions and maybe taking risks to move ourselves forward. So you might want to ask yourself, where am I prepared to take a risk to be able to enjoy life more, to find greater freedom? You know, freedom, awareness, space, excitement, growth, they're all real key words with both Jupiter and Uranus. So this energy, if anything, is calling out some courage in you. You know, it's really asking you to dig deep and really feel into the spirit of it. You know, spirits and visioning is just so big. These are both very heady planets. You know, one is God of the heavens, the other is God of the sky. I mean, they're both kind of air related. You know, there's this very strong feeling from these that there is a potential change coming. Now, you know, these two together bring about a sense of originality and ideas and innovation and invention. So there's something deeply creative, and you may well find that the energy that the creation comes from is kind of downloaded. You know, it's coming from out of the ether, very much the air, and into you. It's to be integrated. And so, you know, really my desire in giving you these forecasts is to guide you through how you might choose to integrate this energy, and to sort of highlight where it might be showing up in your life, and also highlight where some of the other cycles have taken place. Now, as you see here with these little dots, I've got different cycles represented. So I've taken it back 2 cycles. Now, obviously not, you know, taking the average age of people that watch this channel, I thought it's safe to go back to. If you're a little bit too young to fully understand the energy of the last cycle, my apologies, but it will describe the energy that you were born into, possibly. So the Jupiter and Uranus expansion and excitement that was going on in 97 was really highlighting everything to do with people in your life, to do with love, to do with sharing, connection, flow. So this was a time when things would have been moving in terms of partnerships, friendships, deep connections. It's also a time when you're learning a lot about yourself because of the people in your life. The other people in your life are showing you who you are. You're learning a lot from the people in your life. So, you know, these cycles that they start off, this is the seed point, and it takes you from here to the next cycle. And then it starts here, takes you to the next cycle, which is where we are right now. So this cycle here was really to open up a fast moving, forward leaning, new appreciation of people in your life. So it was giving you the skill set to enjoy creative, unusual, original relationships with exciting, diverse, and possibly slightly rebellious people. So I do think it's likely to have opened you up quite a bit. Now, from 2010, the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, first of all, it started off in the sign of Aries, and then they both went retrograde. They came together in another couple of conjunctions, but the last conjunction that really sowed the next the next scene was at 27 degrees in the sign of Pisces. And so the shocking, progressive, risk-taking, surprising energy that has been going on for you for the last 12 years, 13 and a half years, it's been taking you on a journey of all the hidden emotions. Like the 8th house is all about blame, shame, guilt, anger, resentment, hidden machinations, family trauma, family ties that are complicated, secretive, possibly jealous, possibly possessive. So it would have created this sense of trauma, maybe a sense of that you're not really free to be yourself. It would have clearly shown you where it was difficult to completely free yourself. And you may well have found that this time has really had you diving into all things psychological, all things healing, all things transformational. And actually, that might have been how you took your leaps forward. You know, it might have been a really good, well-placed book or a retreat or a mentor that helped you work out some of this baggage. But it still does look like there've been some difficult people in your life. And so it's been birthing a new kind of consciousness, something to transform you from. If anything, it's been asking you to have courage to be yourself. And that's really where we come into the story right now, because the current seed point is in the 10th house, and it's starting a whole new journey whereby your originality, your risk-taking, your progressiveness, your inventiveness, your visioning of your output in life, like your career, your calling, your legacy. That's where your big challenge is right now. The big potential, the big possibility, that's where it's showing up for you. So, you know, in terms of this next 13 and a half year cycle, you're really being pulled into an exciting, a public, a very visible part of your life. It feels very high stakes because obviously Uranus is full of changes and surprises. And, you know, sometimes Uranus can create some big shocks and changes. So things might change very abruptly and then restart in a new, freeing and liberating way. Jupiter there is also there to show you that whatever is occurring is working for you. And will bring you to greater well-being. You just might not see it straight away, but you're going to be progressing quite fast in terms of your output. And of course, the 10th house raises things like fame, fortune, reputation. Like your reputation could be about to really come up quickly, but don't rest on your laurels, because obviously, you know, the Uranus energy is quite unpredictable. So, you know, there's nothing that you can really predict about your career right now, other than you might want to bring more consciousness into your work. You might want to bring visioning. You might want to create your work in such a way that you feel free. You feel freer, lighter, that things are less heavy, you know. It's surprising. And, you know, for those of you who are pretty sort of business savvy and have the energy and desire to really push on, this is the kind of energy that could start you on a trajectory of becoming a CEO of something, you know, like really becoming industrious and setting up something massive that, you know, everyone knows about, that becomes a household name. So, you know, the potential here is massive. It's huge. This really could be a 13 and a half year period that really transforms your life, but also transforms the lives of many other people. And so you can see how these sort of phases have all slotted in next to each other to take you on this journey from, you know, deeper relatedness to then getting to the mystery and murk of relationships and relatedness, to freeing yourself up to be really self-expressed and to really go for it, you know. Now, where will the energy go? Because this is obviously a seed point. Now, the thing that I really want to bring about is it's not all done in one day, you know. So, you know, whilst you could have a fantastic intention for this particular day that starts to show results straight away, really what's happening is those results are part of a trajectory, you know. So those results look like the finished product of your intention, but your intentions that you're sowing right now actually have much further reaching scope. So it's like you might be completing on something quite rapidly, and then it's taking you further and deeper onto this exciting journey. You know, it's going on for a good 13 years. So, you know, this could take a while. Where is it leading you to? Well, the following one that starts in 2037, and obviously I don't know how old you are, you know, it might be difficult for my younger audience and also for my older audience, but in terms of 2037, you know, the energy of consciousness of Uranus and Jupiter is taking you into a place of imagination and taking you into a place of rewriting your connection to all that is. You know, it's taking you into a very deep personal space of exploration. Now, I mean, that might sound really unfocused and maybe not even that desirable, but, you know, actually this is the richness of life. You know, you're diving deeper into the mystery of who you are, which could be really fascinating. You know, it's opening up your world to greater intuition, enhanced abilities, and a real sort of feeling that you are meant to be here, and all the sort of shocks and expansions that might appear on your journey to explore that. Now, you'll notice in between that I've put in Jupiter-Uranus sextile. Now, the reason I've done that is, you know, what I'm trying to bring about here is that these two planets come together and then they're both moving at different speeds, like your minute hand and your hour hand. So if you imagine Jupiter is like your minute hand, it kind of rushes around the clock of, or the dial of astrology. And Uranus is like your hour hand. It's just moving from here to here at the point of the next seeding of this Jupiter and Uranus cycle. And so whilst Jupiter is rushing off and Uranus is just slowly getting to here, they're going to make these angles known as aspects to each other. So there will be some sextiles, there'll be some trines. These are your go times when things seem to progress and flow quite quickly. Then there's going to be squares where things might get a bit chaotic and grow a bit too fast. Then there's the oppositions where you might be challenged by what you've set in motion. And then it kind of comes back round and they come back into each other to start a new cycle. Now, the sextile that's taking place on July 2026, that's the first aspect they make together after this conjunction taking place right now. Now, why have I put it in? Well, the reason I've put it in is because the sextile is a sort of growth factor. If you think the conjunction is like a seed point where they come together and the seed is germinating, all the possibility of your greatest expansion is contained within the seed. The sextile is really showing that, you know, the root come down from the seed and the shoot coming up. It's that first real noticeable rapid growth. So again, I'm not saying that your intention isn't going to yield something straight away or in this next 6-month period. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is whatever trajectory you're going through right now, whatever consciousness raising, exciting possibility you're creating for yourself, it takes on so much more speed and growth around the summer of 2026. So what I want to share with you is how to not invoke that energy, but how to play with that energy, how to bring that growth up a little bit, because you can start thinking about it now. So at that time, whatever you're seeding right now, to enhance it and to get ready to enhance it, Uranus is in your 11th house. So, and it's going to be there for a long time. So Uranus going through your 11th house is a reminder to be open in your friendships, open in your networks, being completely open to play and to explore partnerships with people from different walks of life, different viewpoints, different philosophies. It's a time when you might want to take your energies in a very philanthropic route. You know, Uranus in the 11th, both have a sort of resonance with philanthropy and funding and doing good works, in particular with a global collective vision. So you may well find that what you're seeding for yourself as part of your massive career growth, that actually part of it is to embrace how in your power you can help your wider community. You know, how can you put your good fortune or share your good fortune in such a way that raises everybody up? You know, that's the consideration. The next part is the Jupiter side of it, which is coming into your first house in 2026. And Jupiter going through your first house in 2026 is you being playful, like adopting playfulness as a characteristic. Now, it just so happens Leo ascendants are pretty playful and quite proud and spontaneous and quite dramatic. So really what's coming up for you, what's going to enhance this Jupiter and Uranus seed point, this new cycle for you of growth and excitement within your career, to rise you up with inventiveness and visions. What's going to help you is a playfulness in your personality and a willingness to collaborate with people on good stuff and to encourage the connections and to explore the connections fully. So the more you do that, the more of this energy you're encompassing for this cycle ahead. So anyway, Leo ascendant, you know, this is a forecast for the now and for the future, and also to understand the shifts you've gone through so far that have brought you on this journey and how that's going to transform and move and shift. These two together, they absolutely change your consciousness. They change us in creating so much more possibility. So who knows where this is going to lead you, but boy, it's kind of hold on to your hat's energy. So there you go, Leo. I hope that was helpful to you. If you would like to deep dive with me in your birth chart, if you'd like to explore your birth chart on a one-to-one basis, then you can check in with me. My details are below. I've got little links of the different products that I do. I could work with you in a Zoom call where, you know, you can see me working on your chart and we can talk through the reading. Or you can set me a goal of something to research for you and tell you about, help you plan, and I can record a remote recording for you. So there is help there if you want to deep dive and explore all your possibilities. But anyway, so much love to you. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you again in another show soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey Virgo ascendant, how you doing? So this is the Jupiter and Uranus forecast for 2024. I don't know why I said for 2024, because it's not like there's going to be another one anytime soon. This Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, it comes around every 13 and a half years. Now, I put a lot more detail in the earlier part of the video in part one, really exploring a lot about Jupiter, Uranus, how they interact together and so on and so forth. But to kind of characterize what it's bringing about in terms of a shift, it's risky energy, but exciting energy. It's progressing, you know, it's moving you, shaking you, inspiring you to something greater, to something deeper, broader. It's showing you something alternative and different about yourself that you can use in a way to bring yourself greater freedom and authenticity. So this is pretty good energy. It's very visionary, very spiritual, and very surprising. It creates great big changes. And with that in comes a lot of originality, inventiveness, and yeah, it can also be very industrious. I'm sure in your hands it will be. So you'll see here that I've put in quite a few different points on this kind of standard chart to sort of explain how the energies are working their way through your chart right now. Now, what I've done is I want to pay a little bit of lip service to the previous two Jupiter and Uranus conjunctions, because one of the things I'm really keen for you to understand is that this event, this conjunction, isn't a one-time only deal. It's not like, oh, I must set down some great intentions. Boom. Oh, it's gone. I've missed it. Because actually what's happening is these two planets are coming together. And as they come together, they're creating a seed point. They are kind of, if you imagine you're sowing a seed, all you need to do right now is just prepare the soil. So your seed, your intention, your desire for growth and excitement and change and consciousness, all you're doing is seeding something and seeing what comes up. Now, for a lot of you, like with my previous Jupiter Uranus conjunction in my chart, it started changing my life literally within the next month. I met my husband, conceived my first child. It was a big game changer. It can work through you very quickly. And the thing to recognize is, even if it appears to be fulfilled within 3 months or 6 months, it's actually just the next part of your journey, and it's part of an ongoing trajectory. So this is a 13.5-year cycle. So even if it feels like 6 months, actually what's happening is that's another stepping stone, another stepping stone, another stepping stone. And the more you're intending and sowing the seed in the right soil, the more you're tending to the energies and reacting to all these little micro changes. When you take a longer view of this, you'll see that there is this kind of very distinct cycle that you're in, a cycle of innovation, hope, and optimism. So yes, I've included these to give you a sense of how this has already been working through you, so you really know how it's likely to go. So, and forgive me if you're a bit too young to tap into this one. I was working on the average age of my audience. So for those of you around and who can consciously remember what was going on for you in 1997, this cycle that started in 97 at 5 degrees in the sign of Aquarius was really bringing you into a very functional time in your life where things moved very, very quickly in terms of work, home, how you got organized. It's almost like you rushed forwards and found a narrative. This may well be one of the most functional and fast-moving times in your life. So you may well have found that the more you managed your life, the quicker things changed and the more opportunities came in. Now, Uranus can be quite disruptive, and health definitely comes up in this part. So it could also have coincided with this sense of like impatience causing difficulty in your health, things moving too fast. Maybe you needed to just slow down a little bit. It could have created quite a few challenges, but suffice to say, it would have moved you along quite quickly in terms of your life structure and your life goals. It's a place of functionality. The next one in 2010 started in the sign of Aries, and then by the time the last conjunction came in, it was at 27 degrees in the sign of Pisces. That was really opening up the possibility for you in terms of relationships and the people in your life and what you were learning about yourself because of the people in your life. So, the seventh house energy and that possibility arising from the Jupiter and Uranus may well have brought in a lot of difference into your world. So you may well have had some quite rebellious people coming into your life, inspiring people coming into your life, people that were catalytic, people that were really coming into your life to move you up a gear quite quickly and to transform you, people that you could have had a really fun journey with that maybe really helped to change your expression. So it really feels like people moved you, And that would have been a theme that has really played out over the last 13 years. So, it might just be you've had your fill of thoroughly exciting and possibly unrealistic people. I mean, the good news about Jupiter being in there is that, if you are able to work with the fun sides of their personality, they could really bring you on in leaps and bounds. So again, that's an interesting one that could have caused some really big fluctuations in your life. Now, this current seed point that's going on is in a much more exciting area, I would say, and in a place of real possibility, and in a place that Jupiter naturally rules. Jupiter is very, very happy in the ninth house. And I think Uranus is as well, really. The ninth house is about higher consciousness. It's about travel. It's about belief systems, spirituality. It's about everywhere that's not here, everywhere that's unfamiliar, everywhere where you want to learn and you're curious. So it's really sowing the seeds for an adventure, like the big adventure of your life. And it's starting now. Now, you might not be ready, and, your life might not be mapped out yet that you could just take this bold move forwards. But the seed point is there. The curiosity is starting to come in. That feeling of, what, I just absolutely, I've been around exciting people now. Actually, I'm ready to do these adventures on my own, or actually I want to determine how much expansion, how much progression, how much originality I want to bring into my own world. And so it's bringing up more of a nomadic feeling. Now, for some people, and I'm imagining with your Virgo ascendant, it might sound a little bit scary, like a nomadic lifestyle, or the potential to move around quite a lot in this next 13 and a half years. But actually, this could be the thing that really helps you to grow, to be more of service. Obviously, Virgo ascendant natives absolutely want to have a life that works really well, and also to be of service. And so what I'm seeing here is like, yes, you can do all of that, and yet it doesn't have to be just service. You could do it in such a way that you're having adventures, you're having a holiday, you're learning, you're growing, so, and it can absolutely, for people who want to write, who want to teach, who want to create publications and information and like really be creative, this ninth house adventure could be very, very exciting. So there is a lot of change coming, and potentials to get out of your usual story and to find yourself in a completely unusual place. I think it's exciting anyway. The one that's coming after this, and when you learn about this, it kind of puts it all into context even more. So the one that's coming after in 2037 is a greater collaboration with people in your life. So it's like from your adventures, from your learning, your deep, curious visioning and exploration into all those things that are uncharted, you're actually coming into a deeper collaboration with people where you're able to put plans into place, where you're able to create something for the world, create something really quite meaningful, where you find much more authentic friends to yourself, where you find a momentum that is connecting you. And it's almost like you're igniting your own personal magic. I really think the 11th house here is a place of the law of attraction. It's where things get easier. It's like you don't have to do it all on your own. And now you've got the right kind of exciting people in your life. So I really see a difference between these exciting people without the purpose and then these exciting people here who are tapped into a global vision or a local vision that really suits you and absolutely mirrors your core values. So, this is quite the progression, I think. But anyway, the seed point that we're at right now is here in your ninth house. Now, like I said, it doesn't have to all happen in one day. It's a 13 and a half year cycle. And so likely what's happening is you're creating the right soil to be experimental, to have growth, to have a bit more space to wander through life. And what happens is you might get a little win, and it might feel like, oh, this is it. This is the outcome of the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction. Wow, I've got this holiday, and it's a 3-month holiday. It's a sabbatical. Woohoo. And you think, okay, that's it. But actually, it's just the stepping stone to something new and deeper. And so what you find is this energy is giving you one experience which grows you and sends you on the way of your next, and it grows like that. Now, one of the things with these, Jupiter and Uranus are at different speeds. So like the hour hand, That's Uranus. Uranus is moving from here to here in the next 13 and a half years, but Jupiter is going all the way around like a minute hand and back to here. And this is where they next meet. So on their journey, they're going to be making what's known as sextiles, trines, squares, an opposition or two. And in this time, it's really describing the kind of energy of how Jupiter and Uranus are manifesting in your life. So I've put in these two dots to represent the first sextile taking place in 26. Now, it might seem a long way off, but the sextile, if you think that where we are right now is the seed point where you're creating something much bigger than you probably realize, you might not realize how far and wide this could go. And whilst you might have some little manifestations, this year and possibly early next year, actually what's happening is this seed point is very slowly growing roots. It's busting out of its shell, growing roots, and then it's sprouting out the top, and it's going to spread and grow into a vigorous plant. And that vigorous growth is the sextile. And so I just want to give you a few pointers that you can use to get that growth really working for you, to get that sort of magical Jupiter, Uranus manifestation energy really working for you. Okay. So the first thing that you might consider doing, and that is to create as much freedom for yourself in your career as you can. As Uranus comes through this part of your chart, which will be happening next year, I think, off the top of my head. I need to check that now because I realize I can't remember. Hang on one sec. Phew, I was right. So Uranus is going into Gemini next year in 2025. So as Uranus comes into this area of your chart, it's really giving you this sense of your career suddenly feels a little bit tight. And so what you might choose to do right now is start thinking, okay, how can I feel more free in the way I'm creating output in my life? How can I feel freer to manage myself? And I really think with you Virgo ascendants that the big consideration here is how much of your career can you do for yourself? Like, can you work for yourself? Can you find a boss or find some kind of environment that you have more of a say in how you do things? The more space you can create in yourself to govern your output, your reputation, how much effort you put in or not, freedom of working hours, freedom of location, things like that. The more freedom you can create, the more easy it is for you to use the Uranus and Jupiter energy. The next thing to bear in mind is Jupiter going through the 12th. The more you can be playful about how you see life, the more playful and creative you can see your spiritual life, your route to being here. Like, are you a body with a soul in? Are you mind, body, soul? Like, however you have your life mapped out in your head, be playful with it. So, the more playful you are with your concept of what life is, and the more freedom you're creating for you in your career, the more this seed point encouraging you on this big adventure, the more it is activated, the more it's fruitful, and the more it's going to lead you to even greater dreams and accomplishments. It's part of a big cycle, very useful manifestation energy. This last one, where it showed up in my chart, within the first year of it, I'd met my husband, had my first child, was engaged to be married, moved, all sorts of things. It really turned things around very quickly. So, it is very powerful cycle, and it's the cycle of dreamers, the cycle of awareness, quite simply, and change. So really hope you enjoy this. It is the start of a new era for you. And if you would like to explore a deeper understanding of this and how this relates more closely in your own chart and other things that you might need to consider, then please do feel free just to get in contact. My details are below in the description below this video, and you can find links to how long you might want to work with me for. We could work together on a Zoom call, so we can chat and I can look at your chart and we can do a consultation that way. Or you can send me, as much information as you want in terms of what you're looking for, and I can work remotely and record you a consultation. So, if I can be of help at this exciting seed sowing time, then just give me a shout. But anyway, lots and lots of love to you, Virgo Ascendant, and hope to catch you in another session real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so on to Libra. How are you doing, Libra Ascendant? So this is, I think, quite an exciting time. We've got the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, and you might see I've got a lot of them listed down the side. I was feeling really the need to tell a story about this and how this story has been progressing throughout your life. It's not because it's not exciting in its own right, but what I want to really bring about in this reading is that the conjunction itself, as two planets come together, it really is about sowing a seed. It's a seed point. It's the start of a new cycle. And these two planetary energies, which actually I think have quite a bit in common and a lot of commonality, a lot of shared values and shared energy. This is the start of a very exciting cycle, and it's a 13.5-year cycle, which is progressing your life quite quickly in a particular way. And so, these cycles start with this sense of what are you prepared to risk and have some courage over? Where might you have the courage of your convictions to release control a little bit and try something new? How can you be original and inventive with your energies right now? It's very spiritual. It's connecting you into your visioning. And it's very much about the law of attraction. I think this is I love these planets together, but Jupiter and Uranus together is like the law of attraction in action. This is a seed point for you to create something really deep and meaningful for yourself. So, let's see where that's taking place. Now, the other thing I want to sort of express is, yes, it's a seed point and the energy is potent and you can absolutely manifest something quite quickly, like within the first week or two, or in the next 6 months or so. But it's also part of a longer cycle. It takes 13.5 years before these two come together again, before they come into their next conjunction. So essentially what's going on now is you're seeding a new era with this Jupiter and Uranus energy that's going to take 13.5 years to fulfill and be completely done and expressed. So it's good. I think this is great. And so because of that, I've included the last two. Now, this is based on my average audience age. So if you're one of my younger viewers and new to the channel, please forgive the first one. I'll only explain it for a couple of minutes, but it might explain the energy that you're born into. But by understanding, the first 13.5 years, then the next one, it really helps to put into context where we are right now and also where we're going straight after. So, in 1997, which just sounds such a long time ago now, like 27 years ago, there was a new cycle starting in the sign of Aquarius in your 5th house. And that would have started this 13.5-year creativity going on for you. Now, how that was manifested, I don't know, but this is a place of romance. It's a place of sensuality and partnership and coming together. It's also a place of joy and sociability. So, you may well have been experiencing a lot of joy and a lot of excitement and energy towards creating more fun and frivolity for yourself. It's also a place of children. So, for instance, when this cycle started in my 5th house, I met my husband and conceived my first child within a very, very short space of time. It really got the ball moving, so to speak. It's also a place of our creativity where we might choose to work for ourselves, like work within our passions and develop everything that we're passionate about. So it's about our joy. How can we experience more joy? So then the next cycle that came in, started in Aries, and then it went back into the sign of Pisces in the 6th house. This is a less glamorous stage. You know, the 6th house shows the potential for managing your health. So you may well have had some excitement around your health, which, I mean, that sounds like you could find that you got very much into your health, and like for the last 13 and a half years, you've become a keep fit fanatic or something, or really challenged your body. Or it might have turned out that, you know, your body actually became a bit of an issue, and, you know, the speed, the internal electricity, the impulses and connections, which are very much Uranus and Jupiter things, might have been, you know, just slightly jarring. It's a place where the mundane was moving forwards very fast, and where when you were trying to manage your life, it was probably quite impossible because things were coming at you fast and furiously. Now, going through the 6th house, it would have absolutely got you fit for purpose in a very, very quick way. So you might have also found that it brought up lots of opportunities in terms of where you were living, what you were doing in your work. I mean, it's a fast acting place, the 6th house. It's about finding your normal narrative and finding, you know, imagine having these two planets setting off a new cycle, and these planets are about originality and excitement and expansion and big visions and originality. I've said that and progression in a place that's actually quite conservative and quite well managed. I mean, it's quite a conflict. So I imagine it's caused quite a lot of disruption. Now where it's going is into your 8th house, which is a place of mystery, a place of psychic energy, a place of transformation, a place of really turning around darkness and transforming it into light. I really think the 8th house has a lot of potential. You know, it's related to the sign of Scorpio. And, you know, Scorpio gets a bit of a bad rap or a bad rep, you know, because people think of it as in, you know, a little bit difficult. You know, they're quite stubborn. The energy is quite stubborn and difficult. But actually, this 8th house is likely to take you on a much deeper dive into your consciousness and free you up from where you have felt like you had expectations put on you. Like the 8th house is a place where a lot of other people's values and also their money and also their expectations of you kind of come hard and fast at you. And so what's happening here is there's likely to be a lot of change in terms of your partners, their money, in terms of their investments, in terms of their retirement, in terms of their value systems and how they might impact you. And you might find family ancestral stuff comes up. The 8th house sometimes incorporates death, you know, because it's part of the cycle of life, and the 8th house is all about the cycle of life. So having Uranus and Jupiter here could also include, you know, the passing of people in and out. So the passing and also the birthing of people in your life. It's likely to create a shift and also transform you. It's also a place of awakening. It's a place where your intuitive spiritual beliefs can come up so much. It's like your understanding all of a sudden gets really, really strong. So it's no surprise that, you know, people going through this place end up understanding psychology and motivations and manipulations and how to manage them. It's like you get a real crash course in managing the sort of internal wirings and how to work with it. So it sounds quite like hard work, I have to say. And yet it's not necessarily going to be hard work. You know, it is a potential time of growth and development that could actually bring you on so much further than you realize. Now, obviously, this seed point, for instance, you know, it might bring up this feeling of flipping heck, the people in my life are so difficult. And I've just gone through like Chiron in Aries and the North Node and that flipping total solar eclipse. I'm exhausted from the people in my life right now. And so you may well find just the acknowledgement of how cheesed off you've been with the people you've partnered with and the people that have come into your life recently, that you start learning everything that you need to know about managing behavior, boundaries, etc., etc. And you become an expert and find yourself in a completely different situation from it. So what I'm saying here is this is actually giving you a lot more meat on the bones than the other positions to have this to have this conjunction in. It's giving you a much stronger visceral feeling that you want to change and transform and let go of some things and embrace other things. So I would say the more you're using your intuition, the more you can use that seed point energy. Now, obviously, you know, again, this is part of a cycle. This is a cycle that's taking you to the next one. And the next one is turning up in that place of career, in that place of accomplishment, in that place of recognition, in that place of standing strong and saying, wow, look at my empire. Wow, I didn't realize how powerful I was. And it's bringing you to a place of culmination. So what you're learning right now is a crash course in kind of eliminating all of the sabotaging, all of the annoying distractions, all those people that are kind of going to get in your way. It's a deep dive learning to kind of remove all of the kind of sticky stuff that stops you from progressing. So I guess it's got some kind of laxative effect, I think, at raising you up towards freeing yourself in a new direction. Now, these two planets coming together, they move at different speeds. So you've got Uranus, which is like the hour hand. It's moving from here to there in 13.5 years. And then you've got Jupiter that kind of is like the minute hand going all the way around the zodiac and over to here, meeting with Uranus in 2037. So Jupiter, as you can see, is going a long, long way. And when they are on their journey apart from each other, they still make these little connections via what's known as aspects. And there's going to be some sextiles, some trines. They're the easy, exciting ones that are supportive. The squares where things get a bit out of control. And then the oppositions where it feels really tight and difficult. The purpose of understanding, I just want to bring in the first sextile because it's showing if you've got a seed point of what you want to achieve and how you're wanting to evolve. The first kind of real growth factor coming in is really coming in around July 2026. Now, that's a couple of years away. And it's not to say you can't have growth before, because with this energy, I really do think we have these little achievements. It's like these stepping stones leading us on and on and on. But what's going on around July 2026 is a rapid growth with the Jupiter and Uranus energy. It's a rapid, fast forward motion where things are clearing, things are getting brighter, and where you're feeling so much more surprised and visionary. You know, it's really opening up your world. Now, how can you bring more of it into your reality? Well, what I recommend is if you're setting a seed point to understand life so much so that you never suffer confusion at the hands of other people, that you feel completely empowered to know what is your choice, what is your direction, where your boundaries are. It's a really strong thing for you Libra and Ascendants right now, so that you can freely know what you want to choose and really know that you're at choice. Then with that as an intention, and you might have some other intentions, you know, I would say, you know, go with what's in your what's floating around your periphery right now. But what will enhance it and set it off on an even stronger trajectory that could take you on something really quite earth-shattering and quite exciting, is if you use the Uranus energy in the 9th. So that is, be open to travel, be open to new people, be open to new viewpoints, new philosophies, be open to studying. The more open and curious you are, and the more you take on board in terms of everything that's foreign to you, that is absolutely enhancing the energy right now. And then Leo coming into the 11th, the more you can be warm-hearted in your friendship groups, the more you can want to participate joyfully and connect playfully with people in your networks, that energy is also really bringing in the progressive visioning energy of this conjunction right now. So with those tips, I really feel like this is setting you up for a really good Jupiter-Uranus next cycle. So I hope that's helpful for you. Now, I know you guys have had a bit of a rough time recently with all the astrological movements. I definitely have had more comments from Libra and Ascendants than any other Ascendant signs for a really long time. It's been quite relentless. If you want something more personal, with me, then just look down below into the description of this video, and you'll find links to be able to book some time with me. Now, that could be that we work together on a Zoom call where I look at your astrology and answer your questions in real time and do a reading for you. Or you could just send me a list of questions or concerns and ask me to interpret it and record something remotely for you. But I just want you to know you're not on your own. And if you do want a bit of extra help and support, then I'm here. So there you go. I hope that's helpful to you, Libra Ascendant. This is really quite an exciting time after, I have to say, quite a topsy-turvy time, you know, with a lot of disagreeable people and fun people, but it's been quite exhausting. So take care of yourself and hopefully connect again with you real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Okay, so on to Scorpio Ascendant. How are you doing? So, wow, this is a very strong conjunction. It happens every 13 and a half years. And it's including Jupiter and Uranus. And these guys together have quite a similar theme, I have to say. You know, Jupiter's about expansion and the future and faith, and it's fun and it's optimistic and hopeful, and it creates chances. You know, Jupiter believes in possibilities. And then you've got Uranus, which is about change and excitement and spontaneity and sometimes deep shocks. But it's very original and very individual, slightly rebellious. The two of them come together, you've got quite a rebellious, expansive kind of energy going on. So these two are coming together. And what I really want you to get, if I could be so bold as to have an intention for you in this reading, but I'd love for you to understand that this isn't a one-time only event. Like, you know, lots of people say, oh, look, there's the total solar eclipse. Must put some intentions down. I always think, feel into this time. This is a really long, slow cycle that's starting right now. And it's going on. It's not coming back into a conjunction together, not for another 13 and a half years. So this is a seed point of energy. And yes, you can sow the seed in some really great ground. You can prepare the ground, fertile ground, and that's your thoughts, that's your intention, that's your outward expression. And all you do there is going to be really, really helpful. And things can move very fast, and you might get a little, like a recognition that it's working, and you might even find that you achieve the thing that you want to achieve. I mean, this is kind of real law of attraction energy, I have to say. However, it's an ongoing energy. It doesn't just finish at your first little blush of success. You know, this is a 13 and a half year cycle. And so what I wanted to do was really give you an idea as to how this works in your chart. Now, for my very younger viewers and for my older viewers, these last two cycles might feel a little bit unnecessary, but I just want to kind of, you know, using the average age of my viewers, I want to just kind of pace out the changes that Jupiter and Uranus have probably brought into your life. So forgive me if there's a little bit that maybe isn't relevant, but it might describe what you were born into or what you might be experiencing in this last chapter. So in 1997, which is a heck of a long time ago now, 27 years ago, the last time, you know, in that time when Jupiter and Uranus came together, it was in the sign of Aquarius, which is the ruler of Uranus. So it's a very sort of freeing, liberating, like sign and moment for these two to come together. And it was coming up in your fourth house, really showing that there was deep change going on for you in terms of how you were living. So I don't know what was going on for you in 1997, but you may well find that this marked the time of leaving home or leaving a town, changing the way you live. You know, it's changing your concept of home in quite a big way. Now, in that 13.5 year period, you might also realize that the people that are in your home are also different. So it might not be that you're part of a nuclear family. It could show disruption at home or things moving very, very fast. You know, this is about progressions and visions, like big visions that take you on a journey, that take you far away from maybe you anticipated being. So you may well have found that in the realm of where you lived or how you lived, all of a sudden there was this uprush of energy that changed things for you. So this is all about fast moving progressions where you might need to take a step out and be a bit more risky and find a bit of courage in yourself to be your original individual and slightly rebellious self in this part of your chart at home. I mean, it could really show up as your own restlessness in terms of, you know, how you're living this particular set life, but really wanting something much deeper. So yeah, that was really there for about 13.5 years. And then the last one that started in 2010, you know, it started in Aries and then went back into Pisces, but it was in the 5th house. The 5th house is very much about what you're birthing. You know, it's children, it's romance, coupling, sensuality, all the things you're passionate about was the big theme. And of course, you know, where we've got this conjunction in the 5th house, I mean, it's quite exciting because the 5th house is about fun and joy and love and passion. So, you know, when it gets exciting and big and surprising and original, it's kind of fun. It kind of matches the energy. There's a kind of nice acceptance of that energy, if that makes sense. And like, if you do have children, you might have found that during that time, your children are quite rebellious or quite individual, which may well have you might not have been so passionate about, but you know, it was great. And your ability to create from your own passions would have been another step forward. So you could have absolutely practiced your originality from that place. Now where it's showing up is in your 7th house. And so you're learning so much more about yourself from the very exciting people that you have in your life. So this is a time where everyone that's not you is reflecting back who you are in that moment and also who they think they are in that moment. It's a time of projections and reflections and what you're learning about it. Now, it doesn't sound like, you know, that could go on for 13.5 years, but you may well find that the people in your life right now are helping you move forwards quite considerably. You know, so the people that you're meeting maybe are well traveled, or maybe unusual, maybe spiritual, maybe philosophical, or sort of Jupiterian and Uranian themes. They could also be very rebellious. And because of that, they might cause you some problems along the way because, you know, rebellious people tend to be rebellious and they tend to create chaos around them from time to time. But they can also be really creating a catalyst for your own personal growth. And really, this is also a message that it's time for you to let go of your own self a little bit and to trust in your own safe expression. So it's like you're learning to express yourself so much more because of the people in your life. And so, you know, if you were to use this energy right now, you might choose to use it to bring in the very best matched people for your vibrational success, for your vibrational joy, for your vibrational love. Obviously, the 7th house is also about your personal relationship, like your marriage partner, for instance, your husband or wife, or however you might refer to them. And you might not be married either. So, you know, not saying that's the gold standard, but, you know, you may well find that things between you suddenly get a bit more confusing, a bit more exciting. And that can be disruptive, but it's showing that there is a growth in your relationship. So, you know, for those of you that are more relaxed with change and more adaptable, it will be easier to work with. And for those of you that are more stubborn on what you're expecting from your partners, it could be really quite problematic. So if I was in your shoes right now, and I am because I've got Scorpio ascendant myself, you might want to be putting in some kind of intention to understand your partners more, understand their need for freedom and awareness and consciousness, and maybe think of intentions that will bring you closer together in philosophies, or bring you closer with a shared appreciation of independence. Like, how can you be more independent and original within your own relationships? You may well find that your relationship is now giving you the opportunity to really be yourself in a way that you've never been that free to be before. So it's quite an opportunity. Now, like I said, this is a seed point, it's a birthing point, and it's a 13.5 year period. But you might like have these lovely little coincidences along the way, and you think, oh, this is working. Now, where is it leading you to? Well, this is the great bit. It's leading you to the next seed point that's in the 9th house, which is about travel and expansion, spirituality, like greater stuff, and a real sense of freedom. So it's leading you outside of the mainstream into a life of freedom, a life of feeling like you've got spiritual meaning, that you can be curious. It's almost like, I see it as a kind of almost nomadic lifestyle where you almost don't have a care in the world. Now, obviously, we do all have those cares in the world, but if you could imagine right now that your relationships could transform in such a way that you could meet your needs and yet also sow seeds for a vibrationally rich future, then this is the progression that I'm seeing. So I don't know what questions you might ask to start manifesting with this really precious energy. But yeah, I would be asking about freedom, how to experience greater freedom in my life right now and in the future. So I would say the next 2 rounds are quite exciting. Now, these 2 planets work at different speeds. So like this is the current one, and this is the next one in 2037. So Uranus is like the hour hand of a clock that goes backwards, and Uranus is moving in 13.5 years from here to here, whereas Jupiter is like a minute hand, and it's moving from here all the way round to here, which is where Jupiter and Uranus are next going to meet. Now, whilst they're moving at different speeds, they are going to be making aspects to each other, which is when they're a certain sort of distance apart from each other. And the sextiles and trines are the times when this energy comes on in leaps and bounds, and it's a growth period. It's a free expression of that energy. The square is where things might grow a bit too fast. It's a bit too difficult to handle. And the opposition is where you might feel a bit challenged by the people in your life, where it feels like, this creativity and possibility is too much for me. But I just wanted to put in the first of these aspects to come in, which is the sextile, coming in July 26th. Now, why I've put this in, it's not to say you're not going to achieve anything up until this point. But what I want you to know is whatever you're setting up as your seed point right now, it's going to take on a really quick growth spurt in July 2026. It's like you are seeding a possibility that starts to manifest and gather strength, like a snowball avalanche, as it's going down, it's getting bigger, faster, exponentially. So you might think, okay, well, what do I need to do to enhance and bring in this energy? Well, all you need to do right now is to really sow the seeds for freedom within your relationships, all of your relationships, so that you feel that you can be yourself. Because like when you allow people to be themselves, and they allow you to be yourself, and you can allow yourself to be yourself. So it's like, how can I be myself in my relationship? And how can that be a really good thing? Because society frowns on that, frankly, I think. But to bring even more of it in, here's what I think you need to do. So Uranus is going to be in Gemini around this time in your 8th house. And it's really calling on you to be open in terms of family drama and the drama of other people's expectations. It's like the sooner you can develop a nonchalance, like you don't care what everyone else is saying. It's like, if you could stop caring and taking personally everybody's expectations, judgments, and trauma that they're trying to hang on you, that will really help you to be free. So, I mean, that's all an expression from the idea of being free to be yourself within your relationship. So the next expression is like, okay, that's the work, but how can you be free of taking it personally when they're putting their crap on you? Then the other thing you want to do as well is be playful in your outward career. So Jupiter in the 10th house is really encouraging you to love what you do and to perform and to stand into yourself, stand into your reputation, stand into the limelight, really allow yourself to be seen and be playful with it. Don't be like, oh, I only want to be experienced this way. Like, be joyful with it. The more you can be joyful in your public persona, and the more you can be relaxed about how people are experiencing you and not take them personally, you're really creating what you need to have these far out big surprises and this progression and originality that Jupiter and Uranus in this cycle are promising. So there you go, Scorpio Ascendant, and I hope that's helpful. Now, these are really strong times. I think I've said that a few times this year. If you would like some extra guidance in a real sort of personal way, then just look down below and you'll see links to how you can connect with me. I do live consultations with people via Zoom. So, you and I could sit and look at your chart and you can ask me questions or ask me what you want to know about, and we can do it face to face over Zoom. Or you could just give me a brief and I could work on that remotely and then send it to you. So if you think that might be helpful, then just check out my links below and get in contact. But anyway, have a really great creative time playing around with this seed point energy, and look forward to catching up with you another time in the near future. Lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so Sagittarius. How are you doing, Sagittarius Ascendant? So I'm looking now at the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction that's taking place pretty much right now in 2024. And, lots of people are saying, oh, it's so special. Jupiter and Uranus, it's really rare. And yes, it is. And it's the first time it's been together in the sign of Taurus for 83 years. So it's not something we experience very often. But the actual conjunction itself happens every 13 and a half years. Again, it's still pretty rare. And these energies are exciting. They are creating a new sort of era in our life, a new 13 and a half year cycle where we can progress quite fast, where we can be quite original, adventurous, where consciousness comes out in a big way, where we are visioning our life, where we're connected to the spirit of life. We might be inventive, innovative, lots of ideas come up. And we might need to take a few risks to bring that energy out, so we might think, oh, it's time to let go of that and see what happens. So we might find that we connect into our inner courage. It can be quite far reaching. And these ideas we have could be so big and so daring that we could become the new CEO of something that becomes a household name. I mean, let's face it, loads of, high level people have this conjunction in their birth charts. It's a strong energy to have. Now, what I'm looking at in this reading is putting some flesh on the bones of this, because, the conjunction itself, everyone's talking about, and it feels like it's a one-time only event that you have to kind of go, and get your intention right and really draw into that intention. And then if you don't do it right, you've missed out on it for 13 and a half years. Well, that's not really true. Not in my opinion anyway, not in my world. What I see this is we've got this seed point of these two planets coming together. And in it, as these two come together is potential. And like with anyone that likes gardening, as you can see, I like my plants behind me. the soil is really important, you know, so you want to get the soil right that you're going to put this intention into, or this possibility, this beautiful potential. And things take time to grow. And sometimes you might get a little shoot and you get a little run of luck, and you start to say, oh, that's that Uranus and Jupiter energy. And then it kind of dies off and you think, oh, that didn't go very far, did it? What I want you to really understand from this, if I could be so bold to suggest, is that actually this is part of a 13.5-year cycle. And so we don't often connect all the dots and see that we're in this particular part of the cycle. But actually, when we take a longer term view of it, we realize that that first little success and our continued intention in that particular area seeded this bit and this bit and this bit. And so what I want to show you is, and this might be a bit difficult for some viewers. I've taken the average age of people that watch my channel. Thank you, YouTube, for those demographics. But, you know, so most of us will know what it was like as we went into 1995. And if you don't, I apologize, but it might describe the energy that you were born into. But I want to talk through these two just for a couple of minutes to sow the seeds of your previous epochs and how the Jupiter-Uranus energy created change for you quite dramatically and sometimes quite fast. So that as we come to this bit, I'm going to focus on and really share with you how you can take it so much further. And then also pay attention to where it will go in the next 12 years and what you can do to emphasize it and to make it go even further. So that's my intention here. So in 1997, which is a heck of a long time ago now, like 27 years ago, we had the, you know, 2 conjunctions ago of Jupiter and Uranus, and it was at 5 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. In the 3rd house, it's in the sign of Aquarius, so, you know, the Uranus energy is very happy there. It's very liberating, very much about freedom, and that was really expressed in your local neighborhood. So you may well have found that your local neighborhood changed, you were learning a lot, you were in this place of rapid flow. And the 3rd house is quite salesy, quite commercial, you know, so it may have described your job. You might have been here, there, and everywhere, and really quite enjoying the freedom within your community and the freedom within what you were learning. Given that it's in the sign of Aquarius, it could have involved a bit of travel as well, because, you know, Aquarians like to be a little bit further out of reach. So it would have created this like 13.5-year period of really being quite playful and quite unstructured in terms of your community and where you fitted in. You might have felt the sense of belonging, and it might have felt quite exciting, and you'd have had quite exciting, eclectic parties and stuff like that to go to in your local environment. But I imagine short-term contracts and things like that. Now, the next phase started in 2010. Now, initially, the conjunction started at 0 degrees Aries, and then both planets went retrograde. And then the last conjunction they had was at the tail end of Pisces. And so that's right at the end of your 4th house. And that's creating a sense of restlessness at home, change at home. So you may well have found that over the last 13.5 years, you've changed address more than once, most likely almost on a yearly basis. You know, it's like, oh my God, when am I going to stop? When am I going to find where my home is? And if it's not the actual address that's changing, you may well have found that, you know, who's living in your home has changed quite a bit. So maybe kids have grown up, or you've got kids, or parents have moved in, you've got lodgers, or you split from your partner. But it's like it's all movement at home. Now, also, Uranus and Jupiter really rapidly brings up consciousness. And the 4th house is a place where parent issues come up a lot. So, and the childhood. So you might have also had a time of rapidly remembering old stuff from the past and being quite shocked by it, because, you know, Uranus can bring up some shock, and it's quite a personal place. So you may well have found that 13.5 period has really influenced the way you've been living, and maybe you've not felt so secure. Now where it's coming in is in your 6th house. Now, the 6th house is actually a place of functionality, where we get more regular, more balanced, where our work and life balance and our health balance, our body and our money, we start to get everything to work as, in a kind of symphony. That's the idea, and we're like conductors kind of managing the whole process and getting everything fit for purpose. Until, of course, Jupiter and Uranus come in, because neither of those have any care in the world for things to go smoothly. Actually, what they're wanting to do is bring in greater amounts of consciousness, greater amounts of innovation into your home sphere. So you might find that you have this new passion for health and fitness that is quite unusual, or that the way you're managing your home is quite unusual, and the way you're managing your money, it's bringing in unusualness and originality. It might be that you create a business out of how to manage everything. I've seen these apps being developed on how to manage your housework, and you can sign up for these apps, and it gives you a couple of jobs a day, and by the end of the week you've managed your home life really, really well, or allegedly. I haven't looked at it, but I've seen adverts. So, like, you could be bringing technology and innovation into these parts of your life. Now, I would absolutely recommend that if you've got this kind of disruptive energy coming into this very regular part of your life, that you might want to think proactively, how can I seed innovation in a way that's not going to disrupt me, but create a better flow? In terms of your health, you might want to think, how can I use available resources to manage my health better? How can I update my old-fashioned way of doing things into something that's very zippy, very efficient, and gives me more time to be conscious and enjoy my life the way I want to? How can I feel more freedom from my routines? So it's all these different ways of enhancing how you do this very, some would say, quite mundane house. Now, I'm very conscious that as I've called it mundane and kind of normal and this, that, and the other, I'm really showing my bias. and it's not fair, because for a lot of people, this is a really important place. And if we get this right, our whole life goes beautifully. So please forgive any bias there. And please don't take it personally. I mean, obviously, I can't tell you how to think or feel, but this is here to enhance your awareness in your life. So it could be that your originality, your big ideas, your inventiveness actually brings your whole life up to a whole new level. It's quite a possibility. Now, where is this leading? Well, the next big movement where these guys are coming in 2037 is into the 8th house, where and again, this doesn't necessarily sound that calm, I have to say. I've mentioned the 8th house and this conjunction with other star signs, but the 8th house is a place of secrets and personal power, and also other people's values, the cycles of life, birth, death, and everything in between. It's also a place of taxes. It's also a place of inheritances. So, where we're coming to in 2037 is, you might be starting a cycle where the people in your life change. There might be people passing out. There might be people passing in. You might be observing the cycles of life a lot more than you have in previous years. And consequently dealing with the financial fallout of that, i.e. inheritances, which can be positive and also infuriating. I work with a lot of people who have fallings out with their siblings and things. And you might also find that other people's values and expectations that they're putting on you become a bit onerous at this time. But, the seed point of where you're coming to is to have a lot more strength and to have an understanding of psychology. Now, if you've already upgraded your life here and got it working magnificently, like really magnificently, and I would advise you pay your taxes ahead of time, because if they come here and in like 13 and a half years time, you're way behind, this could be a massive problem. But, if you've upgraded your life and got it really smooth, really functional, really exciting and functional don't always go in the same sentence, but if you've got everything working in a way that's creating more freedom for you, then when this time comes up, it's going to be less onerous and it's going to be more fun. You know, you can explore what's going on. You're going to have more time. You're going to be more patient. You're going to be in better health. So I see that they work hand in hand, actually. Now, the two planets work at different speeds. So they're like hands of a clock. So Uranus between here and there in 13.5 years is like the hour hand. It moves really slowly. And then Jupiter is like the minute hand. It goes all the way around and then back to here. Okay. So when these guys come back together, you know, in their journey apart and then back together, they're making these things called aspects. And there's sextiles and trines, which is where their energy is fast and exciting and problem solving, and really in a growth cycle. And then there's squares where things grow a bit too fast, and oppositions where it feels like you're out of control a little bit. So what I just wanted to put in was the first of these aspects is happening in July 2026. And this is a time when the energy is really yielding results. It's not to say you're not going to upgrade your life early on, or your health, or you might become some kind of health genius or guru that spreads a message far and wide. I mean, really, this is about inventiveness and your vision and progression. So you could take your dreams outside of the home. I mean, actually, this is quite a good place to dream big, actually. A lot of influencers and people making a lot of income from their home are absolutely exploring how to make your life more manageable. So this could be quite big. But anyway, in 2 years' time, it's when the growth really comes on in a big way. Now, to activate it, if you're interested in doing it, Uranus is going to be in this part here. And the lesson here is to be as free and as encouraging as you can with the people in your life. The more you can accept people the way they are and just love them the way they are, the wacky, crazy sides and things like that, the more you are activating this Jupiter and Uranus energy in a really great way. This energy here will be where Jupiter is at the time of the sextile, and it's going to be in the 9th house. So at the same time as you're creating freedom for the people around you and just loving them the way they are, their crazy self, the more you can be passionate and playful about travel, the more you can be passionate and playful about your views in life, the more you can be passionate and playful about what you're learning, what your philosophies, what your belief systems are. The synergy of these two activities is what's bringing your life on in leaps and bounds. So I would say an openness, a hopefulness. These are the prerequisites to really use this energy in such a way that by the time you get here, you know, life is just really easy, fast. And actually, you've raised your game so much that, you know, you like look at your life and you're like, wow, what happened there? Wow, look how far I've come. So there you go, Sagittarius Ascendant. I hope that's helpful for you. If you would like a deeper dive into your chart, and some people do, then my details are below. The links are there. All you need to do is just click on a link to say, Louisa, I'd like to work with you for 30 minutes or an hour or whatever. And you literally book into my diary and we can sit side by side on Zoom pretty much. And I can work through your chart and give you a consultation. Or you can send me a brief and then I can just record something remotely and send it to you. So any way I can be of help, then just get in touch. But anyway, thank you so much for listening so far. I hope this is helpful and look forward to connecting with you in the near future. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there, Capricorn Ascendant. How are you doing? So this is the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction that I'm talking about now in your forecast. Now, I spoke about it quite a lot in the first part of the video. So if you do want to know lots about the actual Jupiter-Uranus conjunction itself, not so much about how it relates to you, but if you want to know the mechanics of it, I do recommend going back to part 1. But this is really to talk about the effects of the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction in your chart right now, but also the effects that previous conjunctions have had, and how they're lining up in your life. Because one of the things that I've noticed in particular about, you know, like astrology information about this, is it's really pitted as this one-time only event. And yes, these conjunctions come about every 13 and a half years, so they're not that common. And, you know, each time they're in a different sign, and every 83 years you get the, you know, you get them in the same sign every 83 years. There's a bit of a cycle there. So it's not a common cycle, but what I see these as are seed points, describing the journey of Jupiter and Uranus through a particular part of your chart. And that's what I want to bring about now, so that you get the understanding of what you might choose to do right now to engage in that energy, but also to understand that it's not all going to happen at once. And it's likely to have subtle reverberations for, you know, the era of the 13 and a half years of that particular cycle. So, you know, essentially these two planets coming together, you know, they're slow moving planets. They come together and they create a potential energy, like 1 + 1 = 2. It's the sum of the total parts of Jupiter and Uranus and their influences. And as such, it's really quite exciting energy. And that's why so many people are talking about it, because, you know, Jupiter's all expansive and hopeful and lucky and putting you in the right place at the right time. And it gives a lot of self-confidence and belief. And then Uranus is a wild card. You know, it's exciting. It brings about change. It brings about shock and chaos. And it brings endings and new beginnings. And of course, every conjunction is ending one cycle and beginning another cycle. So, you know, it's really adding to that. This cycle is one of progression. It's one of invention and like connecting into the spirit in your life, and absolutely having a clear vision and a sense of faith and truth and trust and authenticity. It's also about big surprises. It's about bringing something new and fresh and invigorating to your life. It's deeply original, and it's kind of rebel rousing and rabble rousing. So, you know, it can be quite rebellious, and you might be feeling the energy to take some risks, because the expansiveness and the need for change that comes up under one of these conjunctions in these new cycles, this new Jupiter and Uranus cycle that's just taking place, it creates this sense of let's let go of this. And so it can be seen as risky, and you might need to tap into the wellspring of courage that lives within you. So I want to sort of talk about how this is going to affect you right now and what you might choose to do, but also how you can take practical action to understand this cycle and prepare for the next. And I know it's a long way off, but, you know, these cycles kind of weave into each other. So where I'd like to start, and forgive me if I'm starting a little bit too early for you. You know, I've looked at the average age of people that watch this channel. So I've gone back 2 cycles, because I want to talk about the last 2 cycles only for a minute or two, just to sort of describe the energies that are coming into your life that you might, you know, you can take a longer view of and say, oh yeah, I remember that 13 and a half year cycle. So we're going back 27 years, I'm afraid, to 1997, and I just left school. So yeah, it's a long time ago. It might describe the energy you're born into, that you're already living in. But yeah, this energy was in the sign of Aquarius, and it was activating everything to do with money and value systems. So I wonder what was going on in your life back then, when you felt insecure about what you were earning, when investment seemed a bit risky. You might have been a bit of a gambler. You might have wanted to play with money a bit. You might not have conserved it so much, but been quite playful with it. It's a time when we take calculated risks, when we appear to risk our security and have fun with it. You might also find it's a time when you've had these massive ups and massive downs with money, these big changes in terms of earning. So you might suddenly get this really well-paid job that just happens to be a bit too short, and then you go sort of like plummeting down to another one. So it brings about a certain amount of instability, but also a lot of opportunity in terms of how you're working. So you might have been raised up quite quickly and quite substantially. It's exciting. It's a bit of an adventure. And you'd have learned a lot during that time, because in the second house, boy, you need to learn those lessons quite quickly because it affects your income. Now, similarly, it brings up issues about your value systems. Like, do you feel like you're valuable? So you could have been receiving a lot of stuff, and you might have also had to deal with unworthiness during that time. So it would have been quite a strong learning curve. Now, the next Jupiter-Uranus conjunction took place in 2010. And this is the one I'm thinking that most people are going to be familiar with, the cycle that we're just at the end of as this new one's beginning. So for you and your birth chart, it was really starting in the third house. So the third house is very much about the environment that you live in. It's not your home, but it's where you belong. It's the community that you belong in. And the marketplace is another word I think that describes it. And of course, marketplaces aren't necessarily in your local area. It's not just about like the locality of where you live. You know, and all the different shops and the businesses and how you sort of mix and match and meet up with friends and stuff. But it's also about the global marketplace. How are your communities in your global marketplace? So there have been big opportunities for you in the last 13 and a half years. Like social media has probably given you a lot of opportunities to reach people and interact within interest-led communities, and you've been able to make a difference. Now, Jupiter and Uranus, like I said, they're inventive, they're innovative, they create possibilities and progression. So you've had this opportunity to progress within your communities, your marketplace, to be known, to possibly be a bit outrageous and a bit different. And it's your difference that has been noticed, and it's your difference and originality that's probably moved you on further than you might have done had you not employed those sort of extremes and had the confidence to push yourself a bit harder. So it could have really raised the game quite quickly for you. I mean, if you're not in a global marketplace, but you know, you might have found in your local community that you got more involved in things like volunteering and sort of getting involved in things that are creating a greater sense of community, a greater sense of things lining up. You know, Jupiter is hopeful and optimistic, and Uranus is actually quite philanthropic. The two of them are quite philanthropic. So having that going on in your third house is also very beneficial because you can absolutely be a good egg in your local community. So you may well have found that that was one of the biggest opportunities for you. And learning also comes into that as well. Now, this current cycle that you're in is creating this sense of opportunity in your fifth house. Now, the fifth house is a house that I really quite like. It's one of the least offensive houses, I have to say. You know, it's a place of intimacy, sensuality, birthing, so it includes your children. It's also about your passion. I shorthand it to the place where joy comes in. Like, where are you creating joy for yourself right now? And so this is where I think this is really great for you guys, because Capricorn Ascendant, you're pretty resourceful. You know, this conjunction is there to seed joy into your life and to take your passions and make something big of them. So, you know, Jupiter and Uranus are there to create a surprise, something big, to grow something. You know, industry leaders and CEOs, people that have a meteoric rise to the top, have to have a certain amount of unflappability. So they must have a lot of confidence in themselves, and they usually have this sort of creativity. They're able to think outside the box, see other opportunities that more closed down minds can't quite see. And so having these two energies really enhancing things in your fifth house, I see as being uniquely beneficial because, you know, it's giving you the opportunity to play and to create open-mindedly with the things that you love and the things that bring you joy. So, you know, this might be the 13.5-year cycle of when you start working for yourself. You start doing the things you really love doing, like a passion business that motivates you. You're working for yourself. This could be the 13.5-year cycle where you start a family, or you meet the love of your life and sensuality really takes over. But it's a place of what is bringing you joy. So how can you use this energy to seed more joy, more expansiveness, more vision? How can you progress further with that? So, yeah, like right now, the seed point of these two planets coming together is creating greater possibilities for more joy, to move forwards with all of these aims in these descriptions. And you might think, okay, let's prepare the soil to sow this seed in. So you might clear a bit of a space, pop it in, cover it up. Now, when at the time of the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction 2010, it actually happened for me right on the cusp of my 5th house. You know, that moment, like within a month, I'd met my husband and was already and within like 2 months we were already expecting a child. So I rushed into, you know, the Uranus and Jupiter energy expanded my opportunity and created this real uprush of family energy, love energy. And within a year I was engaged, I'd had a baby, we'd moved in together, we were absolutely, you know, infatuated with each other. And it started like the 13.5-year cycle of family and working for myself and working from home. So it can turn your life around really, really quickly. Now, you might find that you set an intention to how you might want to use this energy, and you might not set the intention big enough. So you might start off with, I just want to create more joy for myself. And like a month down the line, all of a sudden this joyful thing comes up. But what I see is, as you experience more joy and you're more open to more and you're energizing yourself with originality, like you're using your vision, your excitability, your sense of change, your sense of restlessness, and sort of incorporating them, using them, you might find that you're on a trajectory for more expansiveness and more unpredictability about joy. And so, you know, it almost doesn't matter if you don't have a big intention, because the more you receive like the output of what you've done and you say, oh, that's a good result, then it sows the seed for the next one and the next one. And so essentially this is going on for, 13.5 years. So what I would say is don't sweat it, don't feel you have to rush into it, but whatever desires you have to create joy and passion and sensuality, embrace them, and embrace them as freely as you can, because the less you're holding on to it rigidly and the more free you are and spontaneous you are, the more likely you are to bring that energy alive. Now, after this particular one, the next conjunction is in 2037. It's happening in the area of partnerships. So this is taking you even deeper into partnerships. And you may well find that your partners at this time appear a little less conventional, a little faster, a little bit more risky. It seems like they're turning your life upside down because they're so creative. And yeah, that might be a bit distracting, but you might also see it as an opportunity to grant each other greater freedoms. So, lots of relationships get bogged down, don't they? Where we're saying that we have to be a certain way to stay in this relationship, but actually this is creating a sense of growth within your relationship, where if you want to experience greater freedom, you have to offer that to your partner as well, and vice versa. So it's really calling in the spirit of mutuality and friendship. It's calling in the energy of respect for each other, that you give each other the space to be individual. There's no rush to stay together and stay together forever. It's really about creating that space for you to develop your own interests and still be together. Like, how can you be original and in a deep and loving relationship? I mean, what a lovely conundrum to spend the next 13.5 years solving. Now, between here and here, the 13.5 year gap, you've got Uranus and Jupiter, they start moving. And so they're working at different speeds. So Uranus is slow moving. He's like the hour hand of a clock, and he moves all the way here in 13.5 years. Now, Jupiter is like the minute hand, and he whizzes round until he comes back to here and meets Uranus in 2037. Now, as they are separating from each other on their journeys, they make particular aspects to each other known as sextiles, trines. They're the easy, sort of encouraging ones where there's a fresh flow of energy. Squares, where things get a little bit too fast, things might grow a bit too fast and become out of control. And oppositions, where it feels a little bit too tense, you feel like you stretch yourself too far. Now, and then they kind of come back around together in the conjunction again. Now, what I wanted to show you was over this like 13.5 year period, the first aspect that Jupiter and Uranus are making to each other is the sextile in July 2026. Now, that's not to say that you're not going to achieve anything before then. I'm pretty sure you will. But it's a big turning point with this Jupiter and Uranus energy. You know, if you've sown a seed right now, by the time this sextile comes along, you know, you've got really big roots going into the ground and there's this fresh impulse of growth. It feels like things are moving really fast and in a positive way. So it might be that you achieve these first few flushes of freedom and growth, you know, in your life and in your passions. And then in 2 years' time, the sum total of that movement really comes on quickly and it's whooshing you into the future. Now, what I wanted to share with you is the positions of Uranus and Jupiter at these times, because if you concentrate on those energies that they're representing, it's going to emphasize this uprush of energy. It's going to take you and your life much further along at a far greater speed. So what you might also want to consider from now, in fact, you know, Uranus is going to be coming into your 6th house. And as Uranus comes into your 6th house, it's asking you to be a bit freer around how you organize your life. And also, how can you create more freedom in your life so that you're not so bogged down with routine? You know, it's asking you to take a new robust approach to routine, like how you're managing your life, your health, your diet, your money, your cleaning, your washing, and all that jazz. It's asking you, how can you use technology, or how can you be innovative? How can you create more freedom around that? So you're not spending all your time doing that, but you still live an orderly life and one that has space to have a bit more freedom. So it's asking you not to be so strict and how to find original solutions to give yourself a bit more time. And then you've got Jupiter in the 8th house, and that's quite proud in there, I have to say. But Jupiter in the 8th house is, I think, really encouraging you to openly transform. So I imagine that as you're working and developing your passions, there is this sense of transformation, this sense of, maybe I don't have the full skill set to get to the next level, or maybe I've got the self-sabotage that's holding me back. So I would also concentrate on how you can be open-minded and playful with your own transformation. So not taking things so seriously, but finding the joy in discovering where you're holding yourself up. So, you know, for some people, they might go, oh my God, I've been doing this self-sabotage for years. It's so bad. And you could use it as a stick to beat yourself with. And please don't. The message here is to think, okay, that's information. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. And then you kind of laugh about it. You think, well, thank goodness I realize that now. And you're playful with it. You're light. So the more you can be free at home and in your organization, and the more you can be playful and light about all those darknesses that may have held you back, the more you're going to be using this spontaneous, inventive, creative, visionary energy to progress your life quite exponentially. So there you go, Capricorn Ascendant. I hope that was helpful to you. Now, you know, you might want something a bit more personal, and fair play if you do. If you would like to have a consultation with me, all you need to do is check out my links below and just choose when you want to work with me. I've got links to my diary. Literally look for when suits you, for the length of time that suits you. It's completely your choice. And just, you know, book in to work with me through a Zoom meeting, or even send me a brief and then I can work remotely for you. So there are other options if you want to deep dive and get something really, really personalized. But anyway, whatever you choose to do, have a great and enjoyable start of this new season, this new era in your life. And yeah, hope to see you in another video real soon. Lots and lots of love to you. Bye for now. So we're on to Aquarius. So let's see, what can we do for you, Aquarius Ascendant? So this is the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction that I'm talking about here. And these two planets, I think, have some similarities and some kind of similar goals. You know, Uranus is bringing about change, a change in consciousness. It's about truth. I think it's also about authenticity. When something feels true, it's a good vibration, you know, and anything that doesn't seem real or true gets broken apart by the integrity of Uranus. You know, there are often these sudden breaks and changes. But of course, any two planets coming together, they're representing the end of one cycle and the beginning of a new one. And so this is a continuation story of innovation, creativity, freedom, truth, trust, weirdness, originality, rebelliousness. Like, as you add these two planets together and think about their energy, it's creating an instability, but also an excitability, which can really bring about some big change. Now, this is, I think, quite important to you because you've got Aquarius Ascendant, and that's ruled by Uranus. And, you know, if you want to know more about this full conjunction, check out part 1. I went into it in quite a lot of detail from my own perspective. But what I really want to bring about in this forecast is to talk about the impact of it right away, but also to sow the seeds that this isn't a one-time only event. You know, this is a rare conjunction. It happens every 13 and a half years. And every 83 years, it comes back to the sign it was in the previous 83 years. So it's a slow moving, slow acting, it's a cycle with a big duration, but it can really move us forwards. And you might not notice how much it moves you forwards each time you go into the cycle, because we're not aware of the cycle. But what I'd like to do now is to show you where the previous 2 cycles have been. Now, if you're a younger viewer, the first cycle might seem a little bit too early for you, but just bear with me. I'm only going to take a minute or 2 to explain it. It will probably describe the energy you might have been born with or born into. But I want to sort of bring about the idea that these 13 and a half year cycles are moving our life forwards and progressing our life forwards in a new way, and that they can create a very forward thinking momentum. They can expand our vision, they can create originality, and they can move us forwards in quite an unusual way. And the more we're willing to use that energy, the more wild and wacky it can get. And almost the key word to it is the more free you are, the more spontaneous you are, the more chaos will ensue, most likely, but also the more you're going to be moved and transformed. So I think it's really good energy. So in 1997, which is 27 years ago, I can't believe how long ago that is, this energy was seeded in the sign of Aquarius, which is in your first house. So this would have created a sense of how unique and different you were. So you may well have found that around 1997, you were wanting to define yourself in a very different way. Maybe, you know, how you'd been up to that point had been a little bit too controlled, and you wanted to say, no, this is who I really am, and really break free. And so that started, you know, this sense of who you are. And you might have seen different, and people go, oh God, look at her. What's she up to now? She's always doing something. Oh, she's always different, you know. And yeah, it would have been a time when you've been seeking greater freedom to break away from the patterns of the past. And the thing is, that energy is needed in our society. You know, we need these way showers to lead the way on how to feel freer and more in authenticity to who we are. So yeah, there was that energy being seeded. And then around 2010, that would have moved into the tail end of your second house when it was at 27 degrees in the sign of Pisces. Now, this particular cycle, given that Uranus creates instability and Jupiter creates a bit of hope, it can create this very sort of gambling, stock exchangey kind of energy. So you might have been playing with money in an interesting way, or earning your money in quite a creative and interesting way where there were no guarantees. I mean, it's a perpetual salesman kind of energy, you know, kind of there's no guarantees, and you're very much in the energy of your confidence and hope and connection with people. You might also have found that during this time, your money has gone up. It's gone down. It's not been stable, but it's been quite a ride. And in that time, you'd have learned a lot about your self-esteem and what your true value is. And you might have had some kind of big work project, because, you know, the second house brings up what we do to earn money. So you may well have had a big work project that was immense and big, and unusual, and possibly social, because, you know, Uranus and Jupiter are both good eggs, essentially. You know, they both want to care and create something quite life-changing, transforming. So big phases. And now we're about to go into, we are literally right in this moment right now. It's exact on the 20th if you're in America, 21st if you're like Europe and beyond. So there is this energy of the conjunction, and it's happening in your fourth house. Now, this is, if you think of your fourth house as your stability, your core, it is the place of your home where you live. It's also the place of your childhood and some of the behaviors that came up in your childhood. So you may well find that this new creative, inventive, fast-moving energy really is transforming the way you live. There might be a change in the way you live, or a change in with who you live with. It might transform you so that you're not living in one house anymore. It might feel like you live part of the time here, part of the time there, and it works really well. It's about creating a new paradigm for your home. And you might find that because it's like touching on that part of your childhood, that you have new memories, and a new recall and a new thought. Maybe my beliefs need a bit of an update. So you might be updating your beliefs based on your childhood now from a new perspective. It's not necessarily plain sailing, because Uranus going through the fourth can really create some upset in a big way. There are some possible big changes. And you might find that this is a time in your life where you move from house to house to house, because either work or life is directing you ever onward. But it's big. And the more you can be free and spontaneous, the more you can look for, how can I find greater freedom in the way I live? How can I feel more optimistic, hopeful, and confident in the way I live? And then listen to what life is creating for you. So if you're at this time really sowing that energy into life, you know, if you're thinking about it and generating these big questions, don't be surprised if all of a sudden these new opportunities show up. And so this job comes up, and it's like, yeah, but you need to be over here, and you're like, oh, didn't see that coming, but ooh, this is exciting, you know. So it is really quite disturbing, because obviously where we live is where we are grounded and rooted. And of course, these energies aren't very rooted at all. So this is a bit of a vagabond stage. Now, obviously, you don't have to go full on vagabond. You could kind of ignore it. So if you don't want to move so much, you might say, how can I make my house exciting? How can I bring more excitement or eclectic vibrations into my house? You might want to make it super technological. You might make it really creative with artwork and things like that. So, you know, if you're not wanting the instability and the excitedness of the energy to make you move around a lot, you might choose to use the energy to just you know, create a very unusual place to live and live in it unusually too. So it's huge. And so that's how this is kind of going. But where is it moving you to? This is the thing that it really interests me, is like, where is the next step? Where's the next one coming in 12, 13 years time? And you might not actually give a monkey's where it's going, but I always think these cycles lead on to the next, and they're kind of interwoven. And so if you understand where you're going, you might, and then you think, well, maybe with this, I want it to go even further. It's putting you at choice to understand your options, put it that way. So the next part is, how can you find more freedom in the way you live your life? So the sixth house is about functionality. It's about, you know, how you manage your home, your cleanliness, your health, your body, and this, that, and the other. and your routines. Are routines good for you? So as we're coming into that time, you'll find that you'll need a lot more freedom, and the routines actually will probably almost need to be broken up a little bit. So you could be thinking ahead and recreating your life at this point here to kind of short circuit this one so that by the time Uranus and Jupiter come into this part of your chart and start energizing this new part of your life, that actually what you're creating for yourself is a whole new paradigm that, you know, I can't even describe it because it's not my journey. You know, I don't have an Aquarius ascendant. So this is something for you to sit with and think through, you know. Now, with these energies, these two planets coming together, they work at different speeds. So if you imagine this is like a clock that goes backwards. So this is the current conjunction. This is the one 13 and a half years later. So Uranus is like the hour hand. And it moves from here to there in 13 and a half years. Jupiter's like the minute hand that goes all the way around and then some, meets Uranus here in 13 and a half years. Now, as they move further apart, they make these things called aspects, and some of them are sextiles and trines. There are also squares and oppositions. So each of these different energies engages Jupiter and Uranus and moves that impetus on just that bit further. And the first of these to take place is a sextile. I'm not going to go into the others because they're miles away, but the sextile's in a couple of years' time. Now, again, that seems like miles away, but this sextile, whatever you've done to date from now to then, it's almost like, you know, if you buy something from a charity shop and you sign this little thing to say, I'll allow my government to match me. So you pay something to a charitable fund, and because you signed this thing, there's some kind of tax relief, and the government pay the same. It's like you get some extra help, or you're creating extra help. Now, what I think of this sextile is anything that you've created to create more freedom and excitement and joy and change and inventiveness and vision for your life, you can move it so much further if you use this sextile energy. So it could be a very, very powerful time. Now, Uranus will be here at this time, and Uranus is in your 5th house, which is really asking you to be free in everything that you're creating. So anything that you're passionate about, be free in it. Don't be too prescribed. Don't try to like learn to paint and be like really tight in it. Just be free and see what comes up. It's really asking you to embrace change, to be eclectic, to be unusual, to just almost not worry yourself about the conventions of what it is that you're doing. Literally find your own creative flow and enjoy and embrace it. Now, Jupiter being here in the 7th house is saying you don't have to do this on your own. Like, be playful with your partners, and the more playful you are with your partners and the more free and spontaneous you are with the things that you're creating, the more you're transforming your home life in this 13 and a half year cycle. So you're really using the energies, really going for it and turbocharging this and making it a really memorable time. So there you go. I hope that's helpful to understand. Now, sometimes people want a bit of a deeper dive. And if you do want a deeper and more personal dive into your own chart to work out how this all fits together, or maybe something else, you know, then all of my details are below. Simply click on the link that represents how long you'd like me to work with you for. And we could work in a Zoom call where we kind of talk through your consultation, or you could send me a brief and I could record something remotely for you, entirely your choice. So if that's something that interests you, it's all below. But anyway, I look forward to catching up and connecting with you another time. But thanks so much for joining me today, and lots of love at this kind of exciting juncture. Bye for now. Okay, so we're on to Pisces Ascendant, and I really am quite excited about this. I say this every time when I get to Pisces. Oh, I'm so excited. But, you know, this is Jupiter and Uranus, and Jupiter is one of the rulers of Pisces. So this is an interesting conjunction for you guys. It only happens every 13 and a half years. And the first thing I want you to really be aware of is it's not a one-time only event. So some people might say, blink and you miss it. And that's not the case from my perspective. These long, rare conjunctions that take ages to form and then take a long time to come back together again. They are slower moving, but much deeper acting on the psyche. And as they come together, really what they're creating is a seed of potential that reaches your chart, really sinks into your chart. And you can use that potential to create more in your life. And the energy of these two coming together, I've covered it quite extensively in part 1. But essentially it's progressing your life. And some of these progressions might seem a bit risky. You might need to dig into a bit of courage. But they also create confidence and warmth and a feeling that it's okay to be original, and to tune into who you really are. It's full of ideas. It's inventive. It tunes you into your spirit and your visions. It's a big surprise. And it's creating change. And, change is necessary for growth. You can't have growth without change. So, these are really good cycles. Now, so this is a seed that's coming in right now, and we can nourish it, and maybe something will come out of it. I mean, the last one that happened in 2010 in my life, within a month, I'd met my husband, and this had landed in the 5th house of romance. So I really felt it really quickly, and kids soon followed. It started a 13 and a half year cycle. And, now we're married, we've moved to a different country, we've got 3 kids, so it really pushed me onto the family path in a really delightful way. It was experimental, but, for my relationship to work, I had to let go of any conventions of, how long I thought it would take to meet somebody. And I had to give myself a bit of freedom. It felt right, and I went with it. And, at these times when there are these conjunctions, it's time to really go for it. So I want to give you the idea that these epochs, or these little 13 and a half year periods, yes, you have these little moments and you think, oh, that's the outcome of that energy. Okay, it's done. And then you think, oh, okay, I'll wait for the next one in 13 and a half years. But it's a slow direction that you're moving in. And so all these little gains, these weird and wonderful gains that you make, they're moving you on throughout that whole period until the next cycle starts. So, until we take that bigger picture view and describe it in detail, we often don't realize it's happened. So allow me, or indulge me, if you will, to just run you through the last 2. Now, that takes us back 27 years. So, I'm basing this on the average age of my audience. Thank you, YouTube, for those demographics. But, for some of you, if you're younger, you might have been born into this time, or, when you were a child, it started. And so you might not remember it all, but let me just kind of pace you through it anyway. Just humor me a little bit, because I think it will start to make sense. So for those of you, Pisces Ascendant, you lovely souls, back in 1997, this Jupiter-Uranus conjunction happened in the 12th house. Now, that, I think, would have sowed the seeds of deep inquiry, possibly that you were a little bit shy for, that period of time, that you may well have been sort of sensing what was going on in the world, very, very sensitive to psychic phenomenon. And you would have been learning a lot from speaking to yourself, having this kind of internal dialogue. And you could have really understood a lot of things intuitively. And you probably had very, very strong senses. And that was your super skill in that time. And you might have found as well that you were able to kind of reprogram your mind a little bit, because it's a time when we're intensely learning about ourselves. And it's a time when our blind spots suddenly have the light shone on them, because Jupiter shines the light and Uranus has like this flash of lightning. So you can't really hide from yourself. In fact, you become quite aware of what's not working. And so it's kind of interesting. The next season, the next Jupiter-Uranus season started in 2010, January 2010. And in particular, it would have been in your first house. And that would have been a time of kind of coming out a little bit more. So if you think about it, you had a lot of time to consider what was really going on and shine some light into your darkness and your the parts of you that are unusual. And then at the start of the last period, you got to say, you know what? I'm okay if people realize that I'm a little bit unusual. And so you started to just give yourself more opportunities. You started to be a bit more free with yourself, and started to sort of self-express in a new way. You know, this is really giving you the chance to rebrand yourself, recreate yourself. And maybe you were a bit different in your body. Maybe the way you were dressing was a little bit freer. It's a time when we don't want to be told what to do. It's a time when we're really independent and when we don't suffer fools gladly. It's also a time when we might wander through life a little bit and resist any kinds of controls and manipulations. You know, we are really sovereign in our path. And because of that, you know, we might during that time not necessarily partner up. You know, we might have lots of friends, but we might want to be able to move between them quite freely. So, you know, we don't commit so much to other people, but we commit to ourselves a lot more. So it's about, you know, freedom and originality. And you may well have found that you've kind of developed yourself a bit of a brand over this 13.5 year period, because you've got really clear about who you are, what you stand for, in a way that other signs just haven't. Now, where it is currently right now is you coming out into your community a lot more. So yes, you've been experiencing life and the excitement of life and what's possible. And now you're ready to explore that possibility at more of a community level. Now, that might be these online communities. You know, it might create lots of connections with people all over the world. Like the third house moves really fast. It's very interactive. So you might have lots of friends here, there, and everywhere. And the internet is fantastic for these communities. It might be that you are more active and creating possibilities within your actual living community. And, you know, the third house is a place of friendships and values. You know, a lot of volunteering can take place here, and doing good works and becoming part of project teams that do stuff. So, you know, this is the start of some big potentials. So if you think about it, how can my life progress? How can it work more quickly and swiftly? How can it be more inventive? How can I have a greater vision and be broader? How can I create originality and have some surprise? So you might even find that your communities change quite frequently. When we went through this one in 1997, that corresponded with my third house. And that was marking the time of a good 13.5 year period of me working on short-term contracts all over France, in Italy, all over the UK. I was moving around on contracts to do with travel, but also to do with education and training, which are all third house subjects. So, you know, my life really took on that Jupiter and Uranus connection. So, you know, anything is possible. So you might want to just think, well, how do I want to experience myself right now? How do I want to fly forward suddenly? You know, what is it that I would like to do? And if you want more travel and choice, this is a great position to have this in right now. So, yeah. And if you're looking for more connection and depth, again, you could dive into your community and meet up with the people who are slightly different, slightly more alternative, and really learn from them. So anything is possible. Now, where is this leading? Well, ultimately, it's taking you into a place of even greater passion and power. The fifth house is about children, romance, sensuality, all the things we're passionate about, all the things that bring us love and joy, all the things that expand our heart massively. But you don't have to wait 12 years, 13 years to get there, because just by enjoying yourself here in your community and knowing that the next time this conjunction comes together, it's going to be creating more unpredictability and space and possibility in the areas of the things you're passionate about, you can already start to incorporate those in your local community. If you've already got a head start, imagine how much further you can go as you get to 2037. And this is my next point, really, is how do we start playing with this energy and getting to choice with it? So what I want to really show is from here to here, the 13.5-year cycle, we've got these two planets working at different speeds. So Uranus is like the hour hand. It moves really slowly. It moves from here to here in 13.5 years. Jupiter is like the minute hand. It moves all the way around and then to there in 13.5 years, where they meet in their next connection. As they separate, they create what's known as aspects. According to how far apart they are from each other, like as they're separating and then coming back together again. And so we've got sextiles and trines, which are the easy flowing energies, where the ease of Jupiter and the excitement of Uranus really come into their own. We've also got squares that can come up, which show where things move a bit too fast with these energies, and the oppositions, where it just feels like you've almost got like the Chariot card on the tarot deck, like you've got horses going off in different directions. So, you know, the aspects that Jupiter and Uranus are going to make to each other on their cycle are going to help you further your aims so much more. And this first one to occur is in July 2026, which seems like a long way off. But if you're already using this energy and getting freer and freer with it, you're absolutely building your capital for inventiveness, spirituality, for this big movement forwards, and for a greater freedom to surface and manifest in your life. I mean, these two planets are the law of attraction planets from my perspective. You could add Venus in there as well, but I think these two really speak a possibility. So one of the things you can do right from now, as well as building your sense of fun and adventure within your local community and what you're learning and maybe what you want to put into your community, you might also want to think now in terms of what Uranus coming into your fourth might represent. So as Uranus, I mean, he's not there yet, but, you know, Uranus will be moving into the fourth house, and that's creating instability at home. As I said that, it sounded like really, oh, crikey, really? That sounds exciting. Not. But actually, it's creating opportunity at home. You know, reframe. So it could bring a big move. So if you're wanting to create a big move, like you want to move to another country, another part of your own country, you're wanting to move to something that creates more freedom for yourself, maybe a smaller place where you don't have to work so hard or earn as much money. I don't know. But the energy of Uranus going into the fourth is saying, don't be so strict with yourself. Don't have such high expectations. Give yourself some freedom to just enjoy where life is taking you. It's also asking you to not be so critical of yourself, because, you know, these are your stable roots. It's saying, you know, maybe just get rooted in your own body and be a bit freer about how you live. And then Jupiter here in the sign of Leo in the sixth is saying, how can you be more playful in the way you organize your life? You know, how can you be less formulaic in the way you've got your life mapped out? You know, maybe you're so strict about keeping your diary absolutely up to date that you're missing out on a big portion of life. To be honest, Pisces Ascendant, I don't think that really applies to you. I think you're probably giving yourself quite a bit of freedom anyway. But for what it's worth, the more playful and the fewer expectations you put on yourself in the way you are living, the more joy and spirit and vision you're creating in your local environment. And that could have really big manifestations and ramifications. Like if your community, for instance, if you're an influencer or if you've got something to share online, you could really create something very big. If you're an online educator, like if you've got training courses, this is your time to really excel. And of course, the more free you are at home, the less structured you are, and the more you're kind of forgiving of yourself, the more creative energy you've got to put into your online community. So that's kind of how it's working. So I just, feel into it. If this feels right for you, then play around with it. So there you go. That's my 2 pennyworth about this energy for you. So yeah, if that's helpful, that's great. Now, some of you might want to do a bit of a deeper dive. And if you do, then my details are just below in the description. And if it suits you, you can just book yourself a space in my diary. Any of my available times, just book into it. We could work together over a Zoom call and talk, in terms of what you're creating through your birth chart. Or you could send me a brief and I could record something remotely for you, whatever works best for you. But it's there should you wish to. But anyway, thank you so much for listening so far. I hope this Uranus and Jupiter energy is really dreamy and inspiring for you. This is your kind of energy, I would say. So I hope you make the most of it and enjoy it in just the right way that as it appears to you. So there you go. Lots and lots of love to you, Pisces Ascendant, and catch you in the next video that we do. Anyway, let's come back to reality for a moment. So I've been recording this for quite some time. It's actually 12:30. It's 12:30 midnight. Anyway, I really am excited about this. And I do think that the more we have this energy built into our own charts, the more of a resonance we have for Uranus and Jupiter together. So for people with their conjunction in their birth charts, so people born during all of those times that I mentioned, in particular, all the dates right at the start, this is a really exciting time for you. In my own chart, I've got Jupiter and Uranus in a trine. So for me, the energy of freedom and inspiration and kind of going with the flow really suits me. So I love it. This really kind of speaks my language. But, the more tightly your aspects come up between Jupiter and Uranus in your chart, the more you'll be feeling this. So anyway, however you're working with this energy, this is here to create new possibilities for yourself. So sending you heaps of love and inspiration and hope and optimism. And if I can be of any help, get in touch. But just have a blessed time. And speak to you in another video real soon. Lots of love.